you're in that about number 100 range, be prepared to do either.
Virtual or here?
Yep, virtual is the option. Speaker, in line.
Can you put this?
Speaker.
Okay, folks, 1 minute warning.
Are you ready for this, Mr. Chair? 2 thumbs up.
Colleagues in the back, keep coming forward. 6:31. That's 3. Takas, we have a suit. Nothing? Good evening. Everybody, please, thank you for coming tonight. Thank you for coming tonight. And we have as full a house as we've had at a county meeting in quite a while. Thank you all for being here. I'm County Board Chair Matt DeFranti. This is Vice Chair Maureen Coffey, Julius J.D. Spain Sr., and Takis Karantonis. Online, I believe, is Board Member Susan Cunningham. Are you there, Ms. Cunningham? I'm giving a moment for her to come off mute or at least acknowledge. We'll come back. I'll describe a little bit. There's no, over here is our county manager and director of, one of our directors in the Department of Management and Finance. They help us work on our budget for context. Many of you know the process, but I'll just describe it a little bit. Tonight, we are here to listen. We have a process on adopting our budget that begins with the manager's proposal, which he made in February 21st. We do a series of about 12 work sessions that happen Tuesdays and Thursdays for 3 hours, 4 hours, an afternoon, that talk about each of our departments and all of the work that the county invests in, your dollars that we invest in services. And then we have, spring break is coming up. I suppose there's a few parents who are probably excited about that, and a few students as well. Then we will finish our work sessions in the first full week in April, the 7th and 9th or thereabouts. And then we will have a period of about a week where we work, the board takes the budget and all the input that we've had, and we work on amendments and what will be our proposed amendments. For context, for those who do not know, we have the law in Virginia requires that we advertise tax rates that are as high as we would have the legal ability to actually adopt in the areas of real estate, as well as property taxes, which all of you should have received. If you're a homeowner, you would have received, or property owner, you would have received an assessment and a proposed letter about this. We have weeks left to go in this process. We will not be making any decisions tonight. We have, I believe, 150 speakers in total or more, and we have a few of you who might be here on the subject of gymnastics. And perhaps a few of you who are here on libraries as well. We are, of course, humans, so we want to give you a couple of opportunities to applaud. We also want to hear from as many of you as possible. We will be here tonight until 10 o'clock. If your number, we will then continue on Thursday with 2 public hearings. Tonight's hearing is about programs that people want to invest in. Thursday's is about tax rates. Turns out that if you want a program, you have to pay for it somehow. And so Thursday, we will have a hearing that begins 6:30 on tax rates, and then for a number of you or a number of people who are last on the speaking list, numbers sort of 110 onward or so, we will hear from others of you on Thursday night. If you are number, 90 to 110 and you don't want to stay in this room for the next 3.5 hours, you can go home and log on and you can testify virtually. That's up to you. Because we have so many people speaking on so many different topics, I want to share with you the process that we recommend for if you support someone who is speaking. There are 2 ways to show you support their ideas. One of those ways is to use the applause sign for sign language like this. The other is to stand up in your spot wherever you are. Those of you who are, I suppose, in the back, if you're standing, you could raise your hand. That shows us that you support the person who's speaking. If we do applause like we just did for the two main topics after every speaker, we won't get to a lot of speakers, and we want to hear from everyone. The last thing I'll say before I call the speakers is something I hope all of us in this room, and I know all of us on this dais, can agree to. Throughout human history, in every continent and in countries around the world, people die for the right to speak to their government. The right to share your thoughts is democracy in action. And each of us on this dais take that obligation and responsibility to listen to you deeply, seriously, and want to listen fully. So thank you for listening to that introduction. I hope it gives you context. We will go forward. I will ask one more thing. I'm going to call 3 speakers at a time. The first speaker comes straight to this podium. The next 2 speakers, please sit in these 2 chairs right here, because we want to hear from as many of you tonight as possible. And frankly, probably all of us want to hear from as many of you earlier in the night as we can, so you don't have to wait. So with that, I'll call the first speaker, which
Mr.
is
Chair.
Sarah Lansford.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
If you want, we have these empty seats up front. If there's someone who maybe can't stand that long but have a high number, there's 8 seats up there at the front.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Spain. So those of you standing, sometimes folks like to stand, but if you want to sit in these other 3 seats and 4 seats over here, and you would be more comfortable, don't be bashful, come up and sit, please. With that, we'll get started so that we can keep the momentum, and you have the thanks of all of us on the board for your applause, as well as your quiet and politeness that is trademark, kindness that is Arlington at its best. With that, before you go ahead, Miss Lanford, I just ask if the clerk has been able to communicate with Board Member Cunningham, and if Ms. Cunningham, if you're there, if you want to come off mute and just say hello, that'd be great.
Yep, hello, and I should be there shortly.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I know she shares in the view that it is, in many ways, a deep honor for us to get to sit and listen to your concerns as you share them with your government. The first speaker is Sarah Lanford. The next 2 speakers are Giovanna Sejas and Mr. Brian Lynch. If the 2 of you could come up and be prepared to speak next. First, Ms. Lanford.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Lanford. I've lived in Arlington for 9 years, and I'm here to urge you to reject the proposed overall 17% reduction in funding for the library's collections budget. I originally planned to focus solely on the data, specifically how e-title wait times are projected to skyrocket from 17 weeks in 2023 to 72 weeks in 2027. This is particularly frustrating for me, a self-proclaimed APL super user, but a cab ride home from the airport on Sunday changed my perspective. My cab driver, Omar, told me he lived in my neighborhood when he first immigrated to the US 37 years ago. He told me, unprompted, I swear I did not tee this up, that he loved being able to walk to the library when he lived in my neighborhood. He told me he learned how to speak English through the books that he checked out at the Arlington Public Library System. While the library budget is one of the smallest line items in the county's overall budget, I'd argue that its impact is among the largest. It's one of the few truly universal spaces where our neighbors, regardless of age, race, or income, go to build literacy, study for citizenship exams, hear from authors, or simply just belong. I recognize the difficult choices you face this year, and I do not envy any of the hard choices you're going to have to make. However, the library is a community investment with irreplaceable ROI. I ask the county board to restore these funds so our libraries can continue to be gateways of opportunity for neighbors like Omar. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lanford, and really grateful for everyone using the applause. We'll keep going, and I'm not going to editorialize too much between speakers because we want everybody to get a chance to speak, and particularly thanks for those standing in the back. Go ahead. Next speaker is Giovanna Sejas.
Yes, good evening. My name is Giovanna Sejas. I'm here because I support Aspire. I do get a little emotional. 3 years ago, I listened to a lot of you guys speak when you guys came to get our votes and everything else. And I did hear you guys would put $2 million towards after-school programs. I listened to, my first question to all of you guys was always, how does housing matter to you guys? Because if housing matters to you guys, parents don't have to work 2-3 jobs, or work 2-3 jobs and not qualify for any kind of program that can help your kids after school. So that promise was made. Last year, 2 years ago, I came across an amazing program. A program that told me I didn't have to have $300, $400, $500 a month to pay for after-school care. A program that cares about my child's education, looks at her scores, looks at everything my daughter had to retest in SOLs. After she went to this program, Aspire, I can tell you my child has grown, not just in her education, she's grown emotionally, she's become such a young lady. You have teachers there to support every child emotionally. They support them with their schoolwork. They listen to them. They help them grow in many ways, okay? And it's a program that it's free to many of us. Sorry.
You still have 28 seconds. Sorry, that's it.
So I would like to please ask if it's possible to please help us keep Aspire going and continue to have it in many schools and continue to bring more teachers on board, because we really do need this program. Okay, and thank you, appreciate it, please.
Thank you, Ms. Sejas. Next speaker, and thanks all those of you who are applauding in your way, for sure. Mr. Lynch.
Good evening. My name is Brian Lynch, and I'm here tonight as the president of Arlington Professional Firefighters and Paramedics Association, Local 2800 of the IFF. It is my honor to represent over 300 of our members, your firefighters. Under the manager's proposal, both of Arlington's heavy rescues will be replaced by a single rescue, resulting in fewer highly trained firefighters and specialized units protecting this community. This means that critical tasks such as extricating patients trapped in vehicles with the jaws of life, as well as search and rescue of trapped civilians at fires, will be delayed. This is not just the union saying this. The command staff of the fire department has admitted that response times will increase. Each rescue further specializes in a unique specialty. These units are not redundant, they are complementary. One specializes in technical rescue, for example, rope rescues and building collapses, while the other specializes in hazardous materials. Merging them would diminish the community's ability to respond to hazards such as metro and terrorism incidents. Again, this is not just the union. Your command staff who designed this plan admit that these are special resources that are needed for critical events, and reliability is key. Reliability will be decreased by this reduction. This budget is billed as preserving the safety net. However, cutting your rescue capability leaves a big hole in the safety net for everyone, but particularly your most vulnerable community members who are forced to rely on us the most. In our line of work, the right people with the right training at the right time with the right equipment can mean the difference between life and death. Please keep these vital rescue capabilities in this community, particularly for its most vulnerable members. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Mr. Lynch, thank you. Next speaker. And just to clarify, the first beep means there's 30 seconds left, so you can talk all the way through your 2 minutes. Go ahead. I believe next speaker is Mr. Greg Embry.
Chair DeFerrante, members of the board, my name is Greg Embry. I'm Secretary of Citizens for Cherrydale Library, or CCL. The CCL is a neighborhood nonpartisan grassroots advocacy group that was founded in 1998 to support, promote, and preserve our most important neighborhood institution. Last month, we organized an online petition which reads, quote, "To the county board, we oppose the county manager's proposal in his FY 2027 budget to close Cherrydale Library. The library is inexpensive, cost-effective, well-managed, energy efficient, structurally sound, architecturally beautiful, and deeply cherished by generations of North Arlingtonians. Closing it would destroy the soul of our community just to save pennies. We urge you to reject the county manager's proposal," unquote. Our petition, as of noon today, had received 1,320 signatures. The complete list of signatures as of that time and the comments of several signers appear on these 144 pages. I submit this petition to the board for your kind, patient, and careful consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Embry. I believe the next speaker is Mr. Gessel, and we will start to get into folks on a similar topic. Use your judgment. Speak your truth, but you don't have to use every second of your 2 minutes if someone else has already spoken a truth with which you agree. That's not meant to limit your comments at all. Mr. Gessel, go ahead.
Thank you. Chair DeFerrante and members of the Arlington County Board, my name is Michael Gessel, and I'm president of Citizens for Cherrydale Library. I request that you reject the county manager's proposal to close the Cherrydale Branch Library. I've been a resident of Arlington for 45 years, most of it in the Cherrydale neighborhood, 2 blocks from the library. 3 times before, in 1977, in 1992, and in 1998, the Arlington County Board considered proposals to close the Cherrydale Library. 3 times, this board rejected the proposal. The reasons for keeping the library open today are just as compelling as ever. A point that I want to stress is that we're not asking to keep the library open for sentimental reasons or just to meet the needs of a handful of children or senior citizens. The library is well used by families, by working people, and by readers of all ages. In 2026, more than 90,000 printed materials were checked out at the Cherrydale Library. And with only 3.75 full-time equivalent positions, the library is one of the lowest cost branches to operate. Make no mistake, Cherrydale Library returns real value to Arlington taxpayers. And it's not just the immediate neighborhoods who benefit. The presidents of 7 civic associations signed a letter opposing the closing. The Cherrydale Library is more than books and learning. It is all that. But it serves as a community center, a place for talks and educational programs, and a source of neighborhood identity. Closing the library would be an irreversible mistake. We do not want Arlington to be known as the place that closes libraries. Thank you very much for the right and opportunity to speak on my behalf and for everybody here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gessel. The next speaker, you may be able to see over there. Welcome. So the next speaker, Mr. Clerk, would be?
Excuse me, Jonathan Kabid, followed by Debbie Flores.
Mr. Kabid, come on up. Go ahead.
My name is Jonathan. I'm in 7th grade at Kenmore Middle School, and I've been coming to Aspire since 3rd grade. I'm here today to talk about why after-school programs matter to students like me. When I first started, I remember thinking it was kind of fun. Miss Taylor was my teacher back then when I was in class 3. That's when I told 2 of my friends to come join me at Aspire. I think after-school programs are really important in Arlington. I get free food. My mom doesn't have to worry about me after school. The teachers help me read. I've learned what a hypotenuse is, and I even got to go see a professional soccer game last summer. I remember getting the whole crowd to do a chant. Right now, I'm working on digital photo editing for a science fair, and I'm learning how to use things like Photoshop and Adobe. For me, after school means a safe place for me and my friends to be, and it's really important for the whole community. I hope you'll continue supporting after-school programs like Aspire.
Thank you, Ms. Jonathan. Mr. Kabid. Next speaker is Debbie Flores. Ms. Flores, there's a button facing you that you can use to pull down.
Oh, great.
We had someone who was unnaturally tall, I suppose. Ms. Flores, go ahead.
So I will bend down then. So we are one of the families here in support of the Cherrydale Library. I'm here with my daughter. Would you like to say your name?
Maya.
Maya. The library for us is just an amazing place to go to. We've seen Maya's literacy and reading just completely take off. As a family of 2 working parents, just the ease of going to the library is just incredible. I mean, the friction in daily life, like, it's terrible. So to be able to go there, pick out books, have fun, it's a safe place for Maya to explore on her own. It's just really invaluable to us. So we wanted to come here and support that. Maya, would you like to tell them anything you like about the library or books you like to read? You can pass if you want to. Pass. Can I hold up your book you have?
Sure.
So even today, she knew she'd have downtime. She bought a book to read. This is one we have, but checking out graphic novels at the library has just been incredible for our family. So we wanted to come and support it. Would you like to say thank you and keep the library open? No, you want me to do it again? Thank you. Keep the library open.
Thank you, Ms. Flores, and every set of hands in person should at least be respecting Maya. So onward we go. We are listening to you both. That's not a commitment to know what we're going to do with the budget. We are listening to every one of you. Next speaker is Dr. Catherine Cochran.
Hi, my name is Katie Cochran, and I am an Arlington County resident and currently serve on the Continuum of Care as Vice Chair. After 20 years of military service, my family and I decided to make Arlington our home. We did so for many reasons, but a big part of our decision was the ways in which Arlington lives out its commitment to being a vibrant, socioeconomically diverse community where everyone can thrive. The housing grant is a critical part of that. It's also a critical component of the homelessness response system. That system is an interconnected network of providers and programs that provide prevention, shelter, and pathways back to housing. The housing grant plays a role at every step. Without it, we lose a key prevention tool for older adults, people with disabilities, and working families. Without it, we lose the destination point for many of our temporary rental assistance programs, which are designed to bridge households to a long-term sustainable solution. Landlords are a critical part of this system, and they participate because they trust that tenants will have a sustainable path forward. The housing grant provides that confidence. Disruptions to these programs show up quickly in shelter. More people enter because housing is no longer sustainable, and fewer people exit because there are fewer pathways out. Abruptly closing or significantly restricting the housing grant will destabilize this system, and it couldn't come at a worse time. The need is rising, and federal changes are putting the system under significant strain. We recognize the fiscal pressures the county is facing, and we're not asking you to maintain the status quo indefinitely. We're asking for time and for partnership. A phased approach and delaying the start to later in 2026 will allow the COC time to redesign the system thoughtfully, minimize harm, and align with upcoming federal changes. Arlington has built a strong and effective system. I've worked in many, and it is the strongest I have worked in. With the right transition, we can preserve that and continue to serve our most vulnerable neighbors so that everyone in Arlington can thrive.
Thank you, Dr. Cochran. Next speaker, Claire Christian.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. My name is Claire Christian, and I'm the president of the board of the Friends of the Arlington Library, or FOL. Just a couple months ago this year, FOL surveyed its members about the library, including about the previous year's budget cuts, and I wanted to share some responses with you today. Our respondents, of course, expressed their deep appreciation for the library, noting how important it is to their daily lives. Many respondents also noted, however, that they were already affected by last year's budget cuts, including longer wait times for books. We also had a section for open-ended comments about the library. We didn't have any prompt, just anything else you would like to say, and I'd like to share some representative examples of the comments we got. The library is the best department in the county. Another comment, we are regular patrons and find the library system one of the most treasured resources of the community. Can't imagine living without it. Another comment, please do not cut funding to such a key reason that Arlington is such a great place to live. And here's one that I think is especially interesting this year. The Arlington library system is important to me, and I don't mind paying for it. And then a question I've often asked myself, why do the budget cuts always have to come from the library? Tonight, I'd like to ask the county board to keep these comments in mind as they deliberate. I note that not every department in the budget has cuts proposed this year, but significant cuts are proposed for the library, along with the closure of the beloved and historic Cherrydale branch. The library's impact is huge, even though it is the smallest department. And the library, as I think many people in this room would agree, is not just a nice to have, it is an essential part of our community that sustains it. When you slice away bits of that service, it has a negative effect. FOL urges the board to find a way to keep this essential part of Arlington strong and vibrant and avoid the proposed cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christian. Next speaker is Ellen Claire Lamb.
Good evening, Chair DeFronte and members of the board. My name is Ellen Claire Lamb. I appear tonight as co-chair of Nova Catholic Community, which has made Arlington its home for almost 60 years. Nova's commitment to Arlington as a faith community and as individuals is strong and longstanding. We work for social justice where all are respected and basic rights are protected and upheld. I am here tonight to share Nova's concern about the lack of affordable housing in Arlington County, especially for those with average median incomes below 40%. Since 2007, Nova has partnered with Arlington County Public Schools social workers to provide emergency rental assistance to Arlington students' households who do not qualify for additional county assistance. These requests grow every year. We help as many families as we can, but our resources have limits, and this is not a sustainable long-term solution to these acute needs. We recognize that the county faces significant budget challenges, but nevertheless, we ask the board to approve 2 proposals formally supported by the Nova community. First, we ask you to make every effort to fulfill the 2011 target the board set to use funds from the Affordable Housing Investment Fund to provide housing for households earning 40% AMI or less, beginning in fiscal year 2027. Second, we ask you to maintain the current funding level for housing grants to households earning 40% AMI or less, and to find ways to significantly increase this funding beginning in fiscal year 2027. Nova would be happy to provide additional information about our work with Arlington County Public Schools. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Lamb. Next speaker is Mark Koblenz. Do I have that right?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, board members. Thank you for all you do for Arlington County. We appreciate it. I'm Mark Koblenz. I'm the president of the Maywood Community Association. Cherrydale is our neighborhood library, and we want to keep it open. It's where parents walk with strollers. It's where kids get their first library card, and it's where they begin a lifelong love of learning. I know that personally. I have a 6-year-old daughter. She's not here tonight because she would upstage me. She's a kindergartner in APS, and we walk to Cherrydale Library. That accessibility matters. The county's flagship library, Central Library, is impressive. It's big, it's busy, but it's not a friendly neighborhood walk for families with small children north of Langston Boulevard. Cherrydale is navigable, it's manageable, it's accessible. And for many families north of Langston, it's the most accessible library in the system. On foot, it's the only accessible library in the system for many families. Arlington talks a lot about being a walkable community, but walkability does not matter if the place you're trying to get to no longer exists. At a time when curiosity, knowledge, education, and intellectualism are often under attack, every library matters, and we need to keep them open, especially libraries that children want to visit and that they can get to confidently on their own 2 feet. If we want children to grow up loving libraries, we have to keep libraries in the neighborhoods where they live. You don't build a stronger community by taking away the amenities that make it a strong community in the first place. You don't measure a library by how many dollars you could save on a spreadsheet when you close it down. You measure a library by how many young minds you save when you keep it open. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koblenz. Next speaker is Eleanor Schwartz.
Good evening, board members and county manager. Appreciate the opportunity to speak for Nancy Hyde and myself as former 18-year NVCT board members. That's Northern Virginia Conservation Trust. We appreciate the $86,900 in the manager's budget and continuing decades of support. We urge that the county board approve it and strengthen our partnership by committing to fully fund multi-year MOUs. We also ask that the county adopt the same tax treatment as all other trust partners. None of them tax our land. This would interest more landowners in conservation easements. Our partnership enables Arlington to benefit from private land conservation on nearby nature, where landowners who give up development rights can obtain state and federal tax benefits. The county gains green space and habitat connectivity on land that it does not have to buy and manage. To ensure conservation commitments, NVCT monitors Arlington's 33 easements annually, including 5 fully owned nature preserves. A 34th easement is currently in the works. The Trust collaborates with Friends of Urban Agriculture to manage Terborg Terrace Community Garden and to provide produce for county food pantries. The MVCT's community engagement events remove invasive plants there and on other lands. The Trust was a key contributor to and helps achieve the County Board's approved Forestry and Natural Resources Plan. And the Trust fundraising multiplies county investments. NVCT services include natural stormwater controls, and it protects wildlife habitat, tree canopy, trails, and historic properties from development. Where federal officials dare not mention climate change and recklessly cut support for parks, Arlington can show it still prizes green space.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz, very much. Next speaker, Michelle Rusk. Yes, and you can adjust up. We had Maya brought it down a little bit. Go ahead, Ms. Rusk.
Good evening. I am one of the many Arlington residents who cherish the unique gem of a program that is TJ Woodshop. As the poet and woodworker Wendell Berry says, good work is our joy and our salvation. The budget proposal is calling for a 1-year suspension of the woodshop to assess fees and operations. But it shouldn't take a year of staff resources when there are obvious and simple fixes that can be made now. Here are my thoughts on how to keep the program open with just a few minor tweaks to substantially, if not completely, wipe out the small operating deficit of past years. 1, implement a new annual fee of $50 to cover supplies and regular maintenance. If all 400 of the people who've participated in this program enrolled, that alone would save us $20,000. Number 2, increase fees for classes and independent sessions by 25%. Increase enrollment by bumping class size from 4 to 6 students and adding a 3rd weekly independent session. That would add another 30 to 40% in revenue. Number 3, make simple fixes to the currently confusing sign-up process. Get rid of the restrictive 1-week window for registration, charge a cancellation fee with no refunds for cancellation within 2 days, and reinstitute a simplified wait process, one that requires little or no effort from DPR staff so that no classes are under-enrolled or canceled despite the high demand. I've been an Arlington resident for 39 years. Since retiring from the federal government, the TJ Woodshop has truly become my joy and salvation, and I'd be greatly saddened to lose it, even for 1 year.
Thank you, Ms. Rusk. I suppose now is as good a time as any. There are 2 different other ways that you can get in touch with the county board, and I recommend them to you. One is to send an email to countyboard@arlingtonva.us. If you have spoken, it makes sense to send your comments in writing as well to us, because we are taking notes, but that doesn't mean we get every word that you say. Second, there's Open Door Mondays, which if you Google Arlington County Open Door Mondays, many of you have already been, but it is an opportunity should you not wish to wait too long. With that, we'll go to our next speaker, Caroline Jones.
Hi, good evening. I'm Caroline Jones, and for 25 years, I've been active in Arlington Safety Net nonprofits and Continuum of Care. I live, work, and volunteer in Arlington because of its value for diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. Joining my COC colleague and Vice Chair, Dr. Cochran, who you heard from, we represent the members of the COC and members from the Arlington Safety Net and housing advocates in saying to you, thank you, and please consider. First, thank you for your bold and proactive inclusion of responsive and flexible funds to help us counter the uncertainty and cruelty coming from shifts in housing policy. Thank you. Regarding the changes in the housing grant program, we understand and support the need for budgetary controls and ultimately a cap. We do. However, we ask that you please consider how and when this cap, the process of attrition, and the wait list rolls forward. We all know that persisting inadequate affordable housing has made the housing grant program a major tool in our safety net toolkit, now serving almost 1,800 households. Closing the program July 1st, just 2 months from now, to decrease capacity by 100 households slams that door shut, and it slams our community's core strategy in preventing, intervening, and resolving homelessness. When that door reopens, we anticipate it will be with much less access. What we're asking for time so that we can unwind both the housing grants and federal strategies simultaneously in a way that's inclusive. We can bring the right voices and minds to the table and construct a new ecosystem for housing that is balanced and sustainable.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Jones, our next speaker is Elizabeth Jones Valderrama, and I believe she's virtual. Is that right? Are you there, Ms. Valderrama?
I'm here. Thank you so much. Good evening, Chair, members of the Arlington County Board, Mark, and community members. My name's Elizabeth, and I'm here on behalf of Arlington, OAR of Arlington Alexandrian Falls Church. I'm a little under the weather, so I appreciate your grace and also the opportunity to be here with you. On behalf of all of us at OAR, we want to thank you for your continued support of the mission. For many years, Arlington County's partnership has allowed us to walk alongside 200 individuals and neighbors each year that are impacted by the criminal legal system. Your investment creates pathways to stability, dignity, and belonging in the community and makes alternative sentencing options like community service and diversion programs available. Let me tell you about Jim. When Jim returned home to Arlington, he had a job offer, but no place to sleep that night. He was carrying everything he owned, unsure how he was going to be able to make it, how he was going to get to work, and where he was going to stay after work. Through OAR, Jim was able to access emergency support for housing, clothing, and transportation. And about later, OAR helped him get stable housing, and today he's still working. He's working full-time, helping to support his family, finding joy, and rebuilding his life here in Arlington. That's what your investment makes possible. And the need is growing. As more individuals are returning home and the cost of living is rising, demand is outpacing our resources. At the same time, some federal funding that supported programs in the Arlington County Detention Facility is ending. And so there's an increased need for local investment. We also want to thank you for supporting the nonprofit sector, which plays a critical role in delivering services, strengthening communities, and partnering the county with meeting the needs. In the upcoming budget, OAR will be requesting additional funds to ensure we can continue this work and not turn people away at a critical moment. Thank you again for all you do for Arlington, your leadership, and your commitment to our community. Take care.
Thank you, Ms. Valderrama. Feel better. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Candace Johnson, followed by Louders Gonzalez.
Ms. Johnson.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Candace Johnson. I'm a 23-year resident of Arlington, and I appreciate this opportunity very much to join with my Arlington neighbors to make the case of keeping our Cherrydale Library open. Many of us have been here before, and we're here again, and we're going to keep coming back here. We're asking that you listen to the voice of Arlington voters and reject the county manager's proposal to close our library. Cherrydale Library really punches above its weight. It's not a small community library. Now more than ever, job seekers rely on it in this pretty uncertain economy for help with job search assistance, with computer access. Students come and look for help with various projects. It's accessible to seniors who could join new activities. It's a major center for parents who come with their young children. The parents can socialize, the children can enjoy games and social hours. It's a hub for local artists space to display their works of art. Overall, it fills an incredible community need, and it needs to be kept open. The librarians and staff at Cherrydale Library are just outstanding. They're helpful, they're caring, they know their job. They're exactly who's needed in our library system. And I've witnessed myself numerous examples of library staff going the extra mile to find a book or help with job search assistance. And this is the kind of service our library provides. Cherrydale Library is accessible, accommodating, and convenient in a way that Central Library simply is not. And there have been proposals in the past to close Cherrydale Library, and each of these efforts have failed. And they've failed because Cherrydale residents and Arlington residents have rallied to keep the library open, and they've failed because the board members have listened to our voice. Please do so again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Our next speaker is Lourdes Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Lourdes Gonzalez, and I'm here to ask you to maintain the library budget, including keeping my neighborhood branch, Cherrydale, open. I've had a library card for as long as I can remember. When I was very young, my parents convinced a librarian overseas to give me my own card before I even qualified. I was very proud of having that card, and I still have it to this day. And over time, I've come to see that libraries aren't just another program. They create economic opportunity. They're one of the few places where people can build skills, look for jobs, access technology, and keep moving forward, even if they don't have any other support. It's how I became a proficient reader and a writer in English and expanded my world. I use our libraries regularly. I'm there several times a month. I use the maker space at Central. I browse the shelves at Cherrydale. I participate in Friends of the Library program. I volunteer. I see how much these spaces are used firsthand and how much they matter. At Cherrydale, my neighborhood library, you've heard of the community needs that it fills from the prior speakers. I won't reiterate that. But that kind of access doesn't just transfer somewhere else because another branch is a mile away. For a lot of people, that distance is a barrier. I also want to say I understand there are real budget constraints. I don't take that lightly, but this is an investment that pays off. It has paid great dividends in my own life, and that's why I'm here speaking for the first time ever. So when we talk about reducing funding or closing branches, we're not just cutting a service, we're really limiting economic opportunity. So I ask you to maintain the library budget, keep Cherrydale open, continue investing in something that clearly works to better people's lives. Because for many people, including myself, a library is how you get ahead. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Our next speaker is Zoe Johannes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zoe, and I'm an 8th grade student at Thomas Jefferson Middle School. I attend the Aspire after-school program, and I'm here today to talk about why after-school programs matter to students like me. I've attended after-school programs for almost 7 years, which is about half of my life. In these 7 years, I have learned things about not only in school, but outside of school as well. Specifically, in my after-school time, I've started to manage my time better with motivation from my mentors, and I've built a lot of relationships here that have taught me important lessons and have helped me grow a lot. I know how to go about things because I've attended Aspire. Without Aspire, I wouldn't feel as confident about things that are upcoming. When we thought Aspire was going to be shut down last year, everyone was so sad and there was a lot of tears shed. Our parents were worried about what they would do and how they would keep us safe and continue working as well. We were so sad because we all care about each other like a family. I know you have hard decisions to make when it comes to the budget, but as you make them, please remember that after-school programs can change lives and they are worth funding. Please continue to support students like me and after-school programs in Arlington County.
Thank you, Zoe. Next speaker. Sorry, next speaker is Christopher Prinz. Sorry, Mr. Prinz.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Prince, and I'm here this evening to support Cherrydale Library. My family has lived in Arlington for 33 years. We moved here in good part because of Arlington's shared resources. Our schools, our libraries, our parks, these are not luxuries. In more recent years, actions taken by Arlington County have undermined access to these resources. In 2009, for example, the board proposed closing Gulf Branch Nature Center. The community responded in protest, and Gulf Branch remains open. Now it's Cherrydale Library's turn, and again, not for the first time. My wife and I, after long careers in federal service, are retired. I walk at least weekly to Cherrydale Library to take out books, to listen to the children. Arlington's superb library system is a major reason I still live in Arlington. Okay, my frequent visits to Cherrydale Library are important to my sense of community, to my quality of life. You know, this library is an historic neighborhood treasure enjoyed by all ages, as you've heard a number of times tonight. Ironically, you're considering a proposal that would diminish our access to library resources at a time when books are being banned in this country and when freedom of expression is under particular threat. I certainly hope that you don't believe that closing our beloved neighborhood library is consistent with the quality of life considerations that have ranked Arlington among the best cities in America. I do not. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. Next speaker is Stephanie Tieber.
Chair DeFerrante, members of the board, my name is Stephanie Tibor. I'm speaking tonight in favor of keeping Cherrydale Library open. I've lived walking distance from the library for 34 years. In that time, I've been to the library 2 and sometimes 3 times a week. I know the librarians and always see my friends and neighbors there, but the library is much more than a place to pick up and return books. It's a neighborhood center, a cozy third space, not home, not work, a warm, homey, intimate place that's human-sized, not big and cold and anonymous. The library's unassuming old-school vibe feels like a throwback to an earlier, friendlier, more innocent time, and that is precious to me. With the epidemic of loneliness in this country, I would think you'd be all for promoting places for neighbors to congregate. Over the years, I've taken classes there, gone to art receptions, attended lectures. I'm also in a knitting group there. Knitting with an intergenerational group in a small space while we chat feels like what a village must have been like, and it's wonderful. These are people I might never have known were it not for the library. You claim to value Arlington's friendliness, neighborliness, social cohesion, and mutual support. The library is where it starts. I suspect that you want to demolish our beloved library and cram some townhouses into that space for the tax revenue. Please realize that you would be destroying the very thing that makes this neighborhood a neighborhood. Money is not our most important asset. People are. People over profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tibor. Next speaker, Cynthia Hilton.
Good evening. I'm currently the Vice President of the Cherrydale Citizens Association, and speaking on their behalf, we thank you for this opportunity to join others opposed to the superintendent's proposal to close the Cherrydale Library, and I want to leave you with 2 thoughts. While we proudly claim the Cherrydale Library is our own, please know the library is the closest to most of the civic associations north of Langston Boulevard, the largest area served by any branch library, and benchmarking against the central library is not a standard that any branch library was intended to duplicate. More importantly, we have all seen the ratings that rank Arlington County as one of the best places to live, including today's Arlington Now News, that we have retained our 4th place overall ranking for the 3rd year in a row. And earlier this year, we claimed the title as the most educated in the United States. Our libraries contribute to these ratings. You and your predecessors have had the vision to support services that advance education and to repudiate efforts to silence the role libraries provide to our community. Now is not the time and here is not the place to message that our libraries are on the cutting block. Our message should be that they are essential to the values we hold and celebrate in Arlington. Please save our libraries.
Thank you, Ms. Hilton. Next speaker virtually is Ms. Hannah Jedry, Are you there, Ms. Jedry?
I am.
Go ahead.
Please reject the proposal of closing Cherrydale Library. To add what has been said, I wanted to provide a unique perspective, which is that I don't personally drive a car. So while I may be in the minority among adults that live north of Langston, I'm instead speaking for all the children, teens, seniors, or visitors from other countries that don't have the option to drive. Health benefits of walking aside, I have 2 additional reasons why it's valuable to be able to walk to a local library. If you drive to a library to pick up books, it can be just a quick errand. But if you walk with family or friends in a leafy neighborhood, it can become an outing and a memory. And on that, I have many happy memories of walking or scooting my young children to spend whole afternoons playing or reading. Current memories of walking there from Taylor School and returning with heavy laden backpacks. And speaking directly on behalf of my daughter, who is a rising middle schooler, an avid reader, her dream for newfound independence involves plans to hang out at Cherrydale Library after a day at Dorothy Ham. So for those that don't drive, Central Library may be, for those that do drive, Central Library may be an easy substitute, but walking along Langston and Quincy is not pleasant, and I'm not ready to let my 11-year-old walk or cycle down to Central alone, so her dream will be lost if Cherrydale closes. And on to my second reason for why being able to walk to a library is important. If you wave at a passing car that you think might be your neighbor driving out to Central Library, it's just not the same as a conversation you might have as you pass someone in the street while walking to the library, or better still, meeting up with friendly faces while at the library. The chance of meeting someone I know at Central Library is very low. Therefore, it's the walkability of a neighborhood and the communal meeting venue that's key to neighborhood friendliness and the sense of community. And according to Robert Putnam's Bowling Alone research, mixing with your community is also key to democracy. So if you take away Cherrydale Library, you take away opportunities for neighbors to interact with each other and to care about each other, and for parents to get their children out the house and into the community as well.
Thank you, Ms. Jedry. Trying to be fair to everybody. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Next speaker virtually is Maria Martinez. Are you there, Ms. Martinez?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair and members of the County Board. After-school programs keep our kids learning beyond the classroom, while also building educational development, equity, and a strong sense of community. My name is Maria Martinez. I'm the program instructor with Aspire After School Learning here in Arlington. I often think of our students like caterpillars. When the school day ends, many of them arrive tired from hours of learning. But just like caterpillars that still have growing to do, children need time, care, and the right environment to keep developing. After-school programs are all about growth, care, and transformation. Aspire provides academic enrichment, homework help, mentoring, physical activity, and social-emotional learning. For working families, these programs provide stability and peace of mind during the hours when children are the most vulnerable. In weekly basis, our students have activities such as math, readiness sessions, science, and environment/sustainability. We also have on Wednesdays what is called guilds or clubs, where kids can be part of rock band, gardening, arts, or football. Many have never planted a seed before. So with these programs, they have also been able to understand the connection around what is to the world around them. Through this hands-on experience and more, we're able to connect the students' learning and real-world problems and community well-being that help them see themselves as leaders and strengthen all of Arlington. After-school programs are the muscle that help them grow and provide support for students, family, and our community. I respectfully ask that we continue prioritizing and investing in programs like Aspire. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. I've been asked just by colleagues in consulting, hope everybody knows that in 311, which is across the hall, you can also listen in. And as speakers leave, if you want to sit down, don't hesitate to come forward. You don't have to play the hero for standing for an hour, hour and a half in order to speak your truth. Next speaker is Mr. Christian Honig, if I've got that correct. Go ahead, Mr. Honig.
Good evening, members of the board.
My name is Christian Honig, and I would like to speak about the importance of the Arlington library system. I've lived in Arlington since May of 2023. This past year has been among the most stressful and anxiety-ridden times in my life, which is a feeling that I think most people in this room can relate to. As a government contractor, I spent most of my days doing one of three things: fighting to keep my job, worrying about keeping my job, or stressing that I wouldn't have enough savings to continue living in Arlington if I lost my job. My fiance and I spent time contingency planning for our financial future and curtailing our spending. During this time, the Arlington Public Library System was an amazing resource in multiple ways. First, in the practical realm, I attended library seminars that helped me learn how to file for unemployment benefits and identify strategies for job searches in the event that I lost my job. In a world full of confusion, it was an incredibly clear and helpful discussion. Second, and probably more importantly, the library provided welcome distractions with all of its resources. Having free access to books and events like Author Talks was an oasis amidst the turbulence. The Arlington Public Library helped me stay in touch with my high school book club without worrying about the resulting impact on my personal budget. Libraries are important. Libraries provide the last set of free resources in the era of brutally unrelenting capitalism. Libraries provide natural community structure in an age of loneliness. Closing an entire library and defunding the remaining locations is not a solution. It's a mortgage on the future soul of Arlington's community in exchange for a quick fix. Things are going to continue to get worse before they get any better, and this is your chance to stand against the tide. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Honig. Next speaker is Allison Davis Holland.
Good evening. My name is Allison Davis Holland. I live in Maywood, and for nearly 30 years, my family and I have relied on Cherrydale Library. It's not just a building to us. It's a place where we've learned, connected, and come to know our neighbors. I'm also a library volunteer and founder of Art on the Mend, a volunteer effort that brings people together through visible mending circles. Each week at Cherrydale, I host our mending circle where we gather to repair our clothing, exchange stories, and build community. What started last June with a few neighbors grew quickly, and since then, more than 250 people have joined us. It's now the most popular adult program at Cherrydale Library. I started this because as someone who works from home and manages chronic health issues, I was spending more time with my laptop and my doctors than I was with my friends and my neighbors, and I needed to change that. I realized, like many of us do, that what I needed was community and connection, and I wasn't alone in that feeling. You see, community isn't built through one-off events or infrequent activities. It's built through regular shared spaces, seeing the same faces week after week. That's what turns strangers into neighbors. And Cherrydale made this possible. What's interesting in this proposal to close down Cherrydale and rely on nearby Central Library is that I had originally asked Central Library to host us after taking a mending workshop there. But they didn't have the bandwidth. They already don't have the bandwidth to expand programs. So when Central said no, Cherrydale said yes. So if Cherrydale closes, this doesn't move to Central, it ends. And community isn't something you can just move somewhere else, it's built there. So I'm asking to keep Cherrydale Library open, not just for books, but for what it makes possible: connection, belonging, and community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis Holland. Next speaker is Stephanie Uz.
Hello, board members. My name is Stephanie Uz, and you've heard a lot of great points in support of Cherrydale Library, so they asked us not to be redundant. I'm going to tell my unique story. I grew up in Arlington, where my very first real job in high school was working for Arlington County as a library microfilm page. Yes, times have changed. We also had no air conditioning at home then. A decade or so later, my husband and I landed jobs in Maryland. Searching for a home there, I was disappointed by the availability and quality of their neighborhood libraries. So we decided to settle and raise our children in Arlington, in large part because of neighborhood libraries that foster a sense of community and a love of learning in kids. Now my kids have graduated from APS high schools. I still live in Arlington and work in Maryland at NASA Goddard, where I've been helping communities access federal data to monitor long-term trends in surface heat patterns, vegetation, and other indicators of change. Libraries serve as a cool refuge, particularly in summer, for many reasons, including for anyone without air conditioning at home or on a fixed income when energy prices rise. While I no longer bring my kids to library programs because they've grown, I do have air conditioning at home, but I still walk to Cherrydale Library weekly to check out and return books. Libraries are my favorite public resource for their unique role that helps everyone thrive and fosters community within neighborhoods. Please ensure all Arlingtonians have access to walkable libraries by preserving Cherrydale Library. Investment in libraries provides one of the greatest returns on investment for current and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ooze. My apologies on the initial pronunciation there. The next speaker is Konstantina Zaras. Is that?
Yes, that's correct. Thank
Good.
you. My name is Konstantina Zaras, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Cherrydale Library, my family's branch library since the 1960s. In addition to the arguments in favor of its preservation and already emailed to the board, I'd like to add the following. We need Cherrydale Library now more than ever. In this world, where an overabundance of stimuli can often be counterproductive, leaving one feeling lonely or anxious, rather than comfortably informed and connected, our community needs to hold on to this safe sanctuary, this more nurturing communal place of learning. As one library lover succinctly writes, quote, "The sanctuary found in libraries feels even more precious and endangered. As AI begins to mediate how we access knowledge, as algorithms shape what we see and what we don't, and as centralized platforms tighten their grip on our information pathways, libraries may be the last remaining spaces where the pursuit of truth is not commercialized, compromised, or coded," end quote. Here in Arlington, we should not have to fear that our libraries are endangered, that they will close. We must act as stewards of all our libraries. It is our duty to safeguard Cherrydale Library, ensuring that as a priceless communal space of learning, it will continue to provide the comfort of familiar alongside the excitement of discovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zaras. Next speaker is Rachel Sorensen. Ms. Sorensen.
Hi there, my name's Rachel Sorensen. I live in Cherrydale and I have 3 boys, a 5-year-old, an almost 3-year-old, and this very sweet 2-month-old. When we go out to the grocery store, to the hardware store, the post office, we're tolerated. We're a little bit of a circus, but not necessarily welcomed. At the Cherrydale Library, we are welcomed with open arms. At the library, my oldest has benefited from the chance to practice talking to adults and asking for help. And he's been rewarded with more books on penguins and the Antarctic and Arctic than he can reasonably carry home or read. My second son, who turns 3 next week, is old enough to know what Halloween is, but last year he was not old enough to stay up late to trick or treat. The Cherrydale Library provided the solution. He happily went to a special story time in his monkey costume, and he felt like he had celebrated Halloween. The baby is just beginning to discover books, and I'm very glad to have a place where I can take him that's safe and friendly to babies that can't yet walk or talk. Of all of our government buildings, there are very few of them. Vibrant communities have places where residents can gather and learn and connect. The Cherrydale Library delivers for residents from 2 months to 92 years old. I want my children to grow up in a space that welcomes them and not just tolerates them. And so for this generation and the next, I respectfully ask the county board to keep the Cherrydale Library open. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing your 2-month-old. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Tony Ruffin. I'm here to speak about the libraries broadly because people way more eloquent than I have spoken about Cherrydale and what it means to the community. I grew up here. We moved here in 1967, and Cherrydale was the library I'd walk to after Stratford Junior High School and Taylor Elementary School and all of those things. And we stayed here, and when my oldest son was born, he learned to read with books that we got out of Cherrydale Library. And then unfortunately, we had to move out of the area for about 25 years, moved back about 7 years ago, and joining the library was a great way to re-engage. We're much closer to Central Library today in Westover. And moving back here, the library was a great place for us to get re-engaged in the community. It's one place where everything was open for all of us, where young and old and rich and poor, and when nephews and nieces visited, we could always go to the library without having to get a lousy cup of coffee at Starbucks or some such thing to just get out of the house. I'm biased. I grew up here. My daughter was a high school junior when we moved back. She was not thrilled to be pulled away from her friends. And she found her way to the library as a place for studying, as a place for getting out of the house, and as a place for becoming part of Arlington. She was not sure she wanted to be in Arlington. She has told us that many times. And at some point, it switched. And she's at graduate school. She told us when she finishes, she wants to move back to Arlington because, among other things, her parents, it's one, the library is a big part of why. She used to drive her grandmother to Cherrydale Library, but she's also seen how much a library like Arlington's makes it easier to just get anchored in the community. I know that the county is complex, but a small investment in the library budget is worth a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ruffin. The next speaker is Julia Ulrey.
Good evening, board members. My name is Julia Ulrey. I'm an 18-year Arlington resident, a parent of an aerials gymnast, and treasurer of the Arlington Aerials Parents Association. We recognize the complexity of this year's budget and sincerely appreciate your attentive engagement with our gymnastics community over the last weeks. Like many here tonight, we are concerned by the lack of transparency that brought us to this point. With earlier engagement and collaboration from the Department of Parks and Recreation, our parents' associations would have gladly partnered to find solutions for cost recovery and long-term sustainability for Arlington Gymnastics. The proposed impact to gymnastics is $969,000, less than 2% of DPR's $65 million budget. In response, the Aerials and Tigers Parents Associations have already submitted data-driven, solutions-oriented proposals that address both immediate financial challenges and long-term program stability. This program has served Arlington for nearly 50 years. Calling Barcroft its home, it reaches over 2,000 participants annually, children and adults of all backgrounds. Through recreational classes, adaptive programs, youth summer camps, and the men's and women's competitive teams. Most tellingly, there's a wait list of over 1,300 people in a single session. Arlington Gymnastics is a rare gem in high demand, a valuable public asset with no regional equivalent. This is a program the county should be leaning into and innovating, not dismantling. Even partial cuts would cause irreparable damage. We should be proud of this program and focus on strengthening and expanding it, not eliminating it. We are here to help. We want to help. We believe there is a path forward together. I urge you to remove the elimination of the gymnastics program from the fiscal year 27 budget proposal and instead invite our community to the table. Let us work alongside DPR to co-develop a strategy that ensures this program thrives for another 50 years. Thank you for your time and for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Ulrey. Ms. Alexandra Ulrey. Go ahead.
Good evening, board members. My name is Alexandra Ulrey, and I'm 14 years old. I've been with the Arlington County Gymnastics program for 10 plus years. I started with the recreational program when I was 3. I then tried out for the Arlington Aerials team at 7. I'm currently level 6. Gymnastics has shaped me into the young adult I am. It has taught me time management, dedication, humility, and teamwork. Since I am in the gym 16 hours a week year-round, I don't have time for my homework. So I have to manage my time and prioritize what needs to be done. Gymnastics has taught me dedication through always coming into the gym, even on days I'd rather be at home relaxing. Gymnastics is a humbling sport. After years of practice, a small mistake during competition can result in a low score that is disappointing after all that hard work. I've learned to accept that mistakes happen and get up and keep going. Throughout my years in the gymnastics program, I've made lots of long-lasting friendships. In gymnastics, teammates cheer each other on during competitions, at practice, and support each other when a routine doesn't go as planned. In closing, I'd like to share an acrostic that my coach created that captures what aerials means to me. A stands for outstanding athletes. E stands for encouraging success. R stands for respecting everyone. I stands for inspiring teammates. A stands for aggressive attitudes. L stands for loving unconditionally. And S stands for confident competitors. Please work with the gymnastics community to keep our craft open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Ulrey. Next speaker is Tracy Patz.
Good evening, members of the board and the community. Thank you for this privilege to speak. Like many present here, I was not born or raised in Arlington. I did move away from Arlington in 2014 for affordability. I came back to Arlington for accessibility, from its excellent health care to its support for public education, its parks and recreation, and most especially its public library system. Now, I'm not a single issue voter, but I am a proud alumna of Catholic University's Library and Information Science program, so I believe strongly in libraries. Unfortunately, I am also a filthy capitalist, so I did not pursue library science as a career and chose to become a federal government employee instead. I am still gainfully employed, and I'm representing myself here, but also colleagues who cannot be present here because they're otherwise occupied and who believe that the public libraries will always be open for them whenever they need them. So in that regard, I will acknowledge the fact that I've actually never set foot in Cherrydale Public Library. However, like many in this community, I have been privileged to travel, and I can say this, and I believe that many in this room and who are listening will agree with me, that a free and flourishing democracy, in a free and flourishing democracy, you will always find public libraries. And think about the places where you will not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patz. Next speaker is Emily Moraniker.
Good evening. My family moved to Arlington in June of 2021, and even before all the unpacking was done, the first thing I did was go to my local branch of the public library, Cherrydale, and get a library card. The move was a big step. I was nervous, but I knew the power of the public library was nothing short of magic. My library card was my key to community. Cherrydale was where I learned about the local farmers market, where I go to research and to write, where I take my kids to play, and the family loft. They play with the toys, I read to them. My eldest is now starting to read to me and pore over books himself or select games and puzzles from the shelves. They are, as PBS resident librarian Michael Threets terms it, library kids, because we have Cherrydale. Public libraries are the most trusted public institutions in America, providing opportunity and enrichment at every stage of life to every person. The value of that involvement and opportunity in a community is incalculable. Our libraries are educational resources, promote health and well-being, offer support during emergencies, enhance civic engagement, and foster an intelligent and compassionate citizenry. They are also important economic hubs. We know from studies such as those from Library Research Service or the American Economics Journal that for every dollar invested, $3 to $6 are generated for a library's community. I'm a proud contributor to Friends of the Arlington Library, but as much as philanthropy does, it's not a substitute for committed public investment, and it is an investment that enriches the community in real time as well as the future. Please reconsider the proposed cuts, which decrease the collections budget, close Cherrydale, and eliminate its employees. A budget is a statement of values written in dollar amounts. Please show you value the community anchor that is our library.
Thank you, Ms. Moraniker. Next speaker is Carrie Wielakowski.
That was perfect. Unbelievable. Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you so much for having us tonight. I know I'm a gymnastics mom, proud parent of 2 Arlington aerials, and we know that you've heard a lot from us and a lot from our amazing children. And tonight I actually speak on behalf of one of our coaches who can't be here tonight, probably because they are coaching still. So our staff, the coaches, were asked why they coach, and this is his response. When I was 14, I never imagined I'd become a coach. I was a gymnast with chalked hands, focused on my next skill, until my coach asked if I'd try coaching. I hesitated, then said yes, and that one small choice changed everything. At first, it was about drills and spotting, but it quickly became about something deeper, teaching someone to keep going when they want to stop, to find their own reason to try again. I teach discipline as a promise to oneself, intrinsic motivation as a quiet flame to carry through hard days, and how to build friendships that become family. We celebrate tiny victories and hold each other through the bruises. We grow together. I coach because it feels like home, because I want to pass on the lessons that steadied me and help a new generation find strength, kindness, and belonging. If you ever doubt saying yes, remember, one small yes can become a place where others find safety, courage, and a family. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Swalikowski. Next speaker is Nikki Polidor? Polidor, sorry.
Hi, my name is Nikki Polidor. Isla, my daughter, and I are here on behalf of the gymnastics program. Thank you for hearing our testimonials. Isla's been with the Aerials program for 5 years. We are a military family, and anybody with military experience knows how difficult it is to find communities and to make long-lasting relationships. So we moved here in 2021, and Isla found the Aerials program right away. It gave her a sense of community, a sense of identity, and confidence that she carried through all aspects of her life. I decided to retire from active duty service and stay here in this community, in large part for my children and this community. And Isla and my son Paxton have benefited from this wonderful community. Dissolving this program would be like getting another active duty assignment and ripping us out of this community that we fought so long to be part of. So now I'd like to pass it on to Isla, who has a few things that she'd like to say.
Hello, my name is Isla Polidor, and I'm a level 5 gymnast at Arlington Aerials. I've been with the Aerials for 5 years now, as my mom said, and competing on the Aerials competition team for 3. Gymnastics is 33% of my life. I sleep, I do school, and I do gymnastics. I don't know what I would do with that 33% of my life if gymnastics wasn't there. Gymnastics has given me so much confidence with my personality and physical ability. The girls and boys from Barcroft do not have many other options for other gyms in the area. Our gym has helped hundreds of kids from all ages. Losing it means losing a safe, positive space for all gymnasts. Please do not cut our program. And one more thing, we also have a petition, and it got to 6,320 signatures. Thank you.
Thank you, both Ms. Polidors. Next speaker is Maureen Ross.
Greetings. I want to support everything that's already been said for Cherrydale Library, and you all know it. But now I'm going to give you a lot of more heartburn. You have a tough job, obviously. But let me explain in pictures. Can you show the pictures that I had put up here? You already don't do much for Cherrydale at all. I mean, actually, we do worse off in terms of street maintenance, tree maintenance, sidewalk maintenance than Waverly by far, than anything along the business corridor of Clarendon and Wilson Boulevard. Look at that. I mean, by July, those weeds will be 2 feet high. No one removes them but us. Next, please. Next. Okay, wait, go back one more. Do you see all those empty tree aisles? One, and then a dead one, and then another one empty, and then another one beyond that empty. 3 dead tree aisles. Our trees are replaced every 10 years because you don't plant them properly, you don't maintain them properly. My point is you already don't do enough for Cherrydale at all, or Maywood. This is our sidewalk. Next one, please. Next one. Okay, you see the buckling of the sidewalk? That's been since 1998. 1998. It's not like you've gotten worse. You just have never improved. Since 1998, that's the sidewalk. It's buckled like that. Everyone goes to Safeway. By the way, look at the Safeway trees up there. You see how they are? They have lasted 20 years. These trees here that county plants is every 10 years. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, that's maintenance, lack of maintenance. That sidewalk is actually 3 feet wide. And it's 1 foot now. Next one, please. Okay, again, a better picture of Safeway doing a good job with their trees and we doing Zippo with our trees. Every 10 years replaced since I moved here in 1988. Keep going, next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, there, we had to remove 3 foot wide, 20 foot long strip of crabgrass. We did that. You guys don't do anything for Cherrydale at all. Keep our library open.
Thank you, Ms. Ross.
All right, and go keep the woodworking as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Tessa Cannon, followed by Ms. Sarah Bronski.
Tessa Cannon. Go ahead, Ms. Cannon.
Hi, thank you so much for taking the time to be here tonight and to hear the concerns of the community. My name is Tessa Cannon. I am a proud and active member of Arlington County, as well as the owner of a small business called The Wandering Shelf, which is a mobile bookstore here in Arlington. I just want to encourage you as you review the budget to focus on the needs of the community and our future. Everyone here is here today because we love and care about Arlington and the future of Arlington, and we are proud of it. And we need you to be proud and to invest in us and the community by continuing to fund Cherrydale Library and the collections for the county. Libraries are so much more than just a place to rent books. They are a third space for people of all ages to gather, a safe space where we can learn, grow, and engage in new conversations and activities. And it's free. After being laid off last year from my job in humanitarian aid, the library was my first stop. I went for community, for free yoga classes, for books that inspired and encouraged me and comforted me. And the library is ultimately where I gained the courage and knowledge to start my own business. These proposed budget cuts are huge. They will result in incredibly longer waiting times for books, for people who are eager to read, and significant impact on the Cherrydale Library, librarians, and those neighbors. For more details on how impactful it is, I really recommend looking at the letter that was submitted by the presidents, the neighborhood associations. They were really great. And I know that life is difficult and heavy. I know you face difficult decisions with this budget, and I hope as you meet, you will consider the faces you see today. We are here because we love Arlington County and care deeply about the community. Please invest in Arlington. Please invest in your community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cannon. Next speaker is Sarah Ronsky. Ms. Ronsky.
Hi. I'm Sarah Ronsky, Arlington resident for 16 years, first-time participant. I love this tonight. What moved me here? Cherrydale Library. Please don't close it. It is important and used and a hallmark example of what makes Arlington the best place to live. Like many families here tonight, my children and I walk, scooter, bike to Cherrydale for the books, the community, the safety, the peace. I won't repeat what you've heard tonight about the importance of accessible libraries, especially for childhood literacy. I'll just say this. You have an impossible job. I get that. I think we all get that. But this part of the proposal is chasing pennies when you need to be coming from a place of Arlington values. We are one of the most highly educated populations in the country. Every one of you should go bananas for libraries, not close them. Accessible, literacy, walkable, community. These are what need to guide your decisions on this proposed budget. Please do not close Cherrydale Library. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ronsky. And everyone should speak their truth, but if you don't take the full 2 minutes, that's okay too. Next speaker is Joshua Gravitt. Mr. Gravitt.
Good evening, board. My name is Josh Gravitt, and I'm a 30-year-old Arlington County resident, and I come before you today asking for an increased budget for the deputies in the Arlington County Detention Facility. Today, I stand before you as a Senior Business Development Associate at Margin Edge, an Arlington County tech company. I'm a member of the Washington Forest Foundation Family Advisory Board, which is a family foundation. I'm a sponsor to other recovering alcoholics, and I am a proud member of this community. But I was not always that way. For 10 years, I was ravaged by alcoholism. I lived to drink, and I drank to live. I was in and out of jail, and I was a danger to myself and others, hurting everyone who loved me. All of that changed when I was incarcerated right here in Arlington County Jail. Miss Watkin of the Community Readiness Unit came to my cell block one day and offered me a lifeline, programs in public speaking, therapy, addiction awareness, moral recognition therapy, anger management, meditation, and so much more. During my darkest moment, this program gave me the foundation for recovery, redemption, and purpose. It is the reason I stand before you today. But here's the catch. For inmates to access that programming, the jail must be properly staffed. Without enough deputies, inmates sit in their cells 23 hours a day. With proper staffing, they receive the treatment and education they need to come home and contribute, not reoffend. I never thought I'd be on this side asking for money for the sheriff's department or the deputies, but here I am, and I'm serious about it. It may just end up saving many lives, transforming families, and making Arlington County a safer, fuller, better, and stronger community than I know it already is. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Gravitt. And thank you to our deputies who are here keeping us safe tonight. Next speaker is Laurel Braverman. Ms. Braverman.
Thank you. My name is Laurel Braverman.
Oh, you can pull down the, there you go, if you like. There you go.
Thank you. My name is Laurel Braverman. My son Ian is 10 and a level 5 Arlington Tiger. He's been part of the competitive team since 2024. We actually live in Prince William County, but it was really important to me to talk to you as a parent who's gone through the process already of having to find a new gymnastics program for their child. In spring 2024, the week of the Virginia Men's State Championships, our gym owner told us that she no longer felt that the boys program was profitable. So she was ending the program. It felt like the hours and hours and years of hard work didn't have any value. I asked Ian how it made him feel, and he told me it made him feel sad and mad because they're a really good team, and they always did really well. And they did get first place in the state championship. 20-something boys and all of the coaches suddenly had to find a new gym. None of the programs had enough space for any of us. Ultimately, the boys ended up at 5 different gyms in Leesburg, Ashburn, Burke, and Arlington. A few kids quit completely. They were done with the sport. But the gym that was able to take the largest number of boys and all of our coaches was Arlington. Barcroft has become a second home for Ian and his teammates. The kids at Arlington welcomed them as part of their team with no hesitation, and he's been a proud Arlington Tiger ever since. Let's see, I have longer than I thought. From the very beginning, I've been impressed by what an amazing community there is at Barcroft. On any weeknight, there are preschool and elementary school kids taking recreational classes, adults taking adult gymnastics, tigers and aerials working on new skills. This is a comprehensive, holistic program with recreational kids learning basic skills and one day joining the competitive team, and the competitive gymnasts, once they're old enough, can become mentors and assist adaptive gymnastics classes. Please keep it open.
Thank you, Ms. Braverman and Ian, for coming from Prince William. Next speaker, Kishori Malakar. And just so folks know, if you're the next 2 speakers, if you can come file up and sit in these front 2 seats, that would help us. So that would be Doina Chaku and Steph Webster. If you could come on up and sit in these 2 places. And now it's back to you, Ms. Malakar.
Malakar.
Sorry. I should know by now. I'm working on it.
Okay.
A 5.9 increase to the police budget, a 5.9% increase to the police budget. That's what you mean when you talk about increasing spending for public safety, right? Not the fire department, you're making cuts to them, but a 5.9% increase to the police budget, which is already substantial enough. Charity Ferranti, in a March 9th article in Arlington Now, you chastise calls to retain the gymnastics program by saying, our resources should go to the most vulnerable. Who do you mean exactly when you say most vulnerable? The weapons companies at the National Innovation Quarter? Because the Ecosystem Support Fund and the Catalyst Grant Fund, which funded mostly weapons and AI companies, seem to be enjoying a good amount of our budget money. I wouldn't say these companies are vulnerable, although the people whose lives they destroy in Lebanon, Iran, and the genocide in Gaza certainly are. By the way, how much of this money is going to be siphoned off in one way or another to the Virginia-Israel Advisory Board? The Virginia-Israel Advisory Board is the only state advisory board that uses taxpayer money and is known to siphon off millions more aid to the interests of Israel. When we live in what is essentially a breeding ground for war, the whole community suffers. Libraries close, kids' programs get chopped off, and we lose actual public safety measures that can help us. We know we have the money to fund the things we care about. Our budget should go into our community and allow for programs and actual third spaces that allow for people to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Malakar. Next speaker, Donna Chiaku, virtually.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. We have been living just up the street from Cherrydale Library for nearly 25 years, so my family has a bias towards this architectural gem. It is where we took our sons when they were tiny to pick up books off the shelves, and then we read out loud to them until they were old enough to realize that not only could they read the Magic Tree House and Harry Potter and Greek mythology, they could take these books home. It's where our son on the autism spectrum found the calm and quiet he needed to study, creating a safe space that has lasted him into young adulthood. It's the kind of space the larger central library cannot provide, and one we hope will be there for him for years to come. Proximity to the library is not just convenient, it is eye-opening. We see the young people from Dorothy Ham Middle School pop in on their way home. We see teenagers get off the high school buses and run inside to check out a book or other materials. We see parents come with toddlers in tow for dedicated early reader days. Our children live increasingly siloed lives, and when they look up while trudging down Military Road, they have a sanctuary, a place where they can talk about books or anything else in IRL, which my sons tell me means in real life. The library is about community. Charity Library is where we learned about the struggle to desegregate our county and about the heroism of our first responders on 9/11. It is where we enjoy the artwork and photography of our talented local residents. Preserving our little library is also about defining who we are as a society at a time when libraries and ideas are under attack, and learning, knowledge, and critical thinking are more important than ever. Responsible leaders do not close libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chaku. Next speaker, I believe, is coming right up. I don't see the name just yet. Steph Webster, thanks. My apologies. Go ahead, Ms. Webster.
Good evening. After reviewing the proposed FY 2027 county budget, I have concerns about the county's priorities. Year after year, the police budget in Arlington continues to rise, echoing the extremist right-wing trends of the federal administration, who is spending unprecedented amounts on the military and on law enforcement programs such as DHS and ICE. The proposed FY 2027 Arlington County Police budget is 36% higher than the adopted budget from 5 years ago and 5.6% higher than this year's. And this comparison doesn't even include the $1.2 million of proposed police spending from the General Capital Projects Fund, which brings it to a whopping $100.5 million. I'll say it again, $100.5 million of proposed police spending for FY 2027. That absolutely dwarfs the approximately $970,000 it would cost to continue supporting both the Cherrydale Library and youth gymnastics programs. How is the county so quick to shell out $100.5 million to the police, but when it comes to the cherished Arlington institutions, such as the Cherrydale Library and the youth gymnastics program, which costs less than 1% of that, we suddenly have concerns that this will be taken from those most in need? Who are we considering most in need? Certainly not minorities or disabled people who disproportionately face police violence, and certainly not undocumented immigrants who the county uses flock cameras to surveil despite the known fact that they release this data to ICE. The FY 2027 proposed budget paints a bleak picture of Arlington County and its future. When compared to the budget from even 5 years ago, Arlington County looks like it is becoming Gotham City from Batman. Put plainly, the budget overemphasizes law and order at the expense of youth programs, joy, cherished memories, learning, and community. Thank you.
Ms. Webster, thank you for, go ahead, thank you. Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Israel Tercios. Mr. Tercios, go ahead.
Thank you. Actually, my name is Nathaniel Harris. He had to step away for a personal emergency, so I've been asked to render some comments. Thank you,
Mr. Harris.
Board, and thank you each for your efforts and for the difficult decisions you're going to have to make regarding a budget. My name is Nathaniel Harris. I am a member of the Sheriff Community Advisory Board, and I'm here to encourage you to please consider the Sheriff's request for a full budget. Similar to Joshua's story that we heard early on, I'd like to share with you a similar story of a gentleman that I know very well. He too had some struggles with addiction. As a consequence of that, he found himself being incarcerated here in Arlington County Jail. While there, under the care of the Sheriff's Department staff, very professional, compassionate, concerned, he was able to participate in programs and prepare for his reentry into the community. Again, while there, he had his medical issues addressed, his mental health issues addressed. He was able to reconnect with his family. He was able to spend some time in the Arlington County Detention Facility working, and again, gaining the encouragement and the skills to reenter the community. When he reentered the community, when he was released, he left with a strong foundation. As a consequence of that foundation that started in the detention facility under the care of the Sheriff's Department, he completed his undergraduate degree at George Mason University. He's a tax-paying member of the community. He is a full-time counselor in substance abuse treatment at a premier treatment center in Maryland. He's given back to the community. That gentleman, similar to Joshua's story, is myself. So thankfully, for the Sheriff's Department and for their support and help, please support their budget request. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Our next speaker is Charles Hunt. Go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
Good evening. I will be reading a statement by my daughter who is busy at a choir concert. Hello, my name is Kelso Vi Hunt. I am a sophomore at HB Woodlawn. The Cherrydale Library is a special place to me and many citizens, especially those who live north of Langston Boulevard. As a child, I can remember going to the library and going up and down the stacks, mesmerized by how many books there were and how big the library seemed. There were story times, running into friends, and having my parents read to me and my twin. As a middle schooler, the library became a place to meet friends and become closer as we did homework and worked on group projects together. Now, as a high schooler, I still use the Cherrydale Library, not only to check out books, but also as a place my twin and I go for a quiet place to do schoolwork. It makes me sad to think that the other young children won't experience the journey I've had at the library. It also makes me sad that children won't be able to walk to their neighborhood library. Instead, many will be forced to drive with their parents to the central library where parking is already a challenge. Quote, "We get lots of feedback from users about the inadequacy of parking." Central Library Director Diane Kresh. A library is more than a place individuals go to check out books. It is a source of connection for retirees, older adults, and individuals living alone. It is a lifeline for new parents with babies. It is a safe place for the kid who doesn't fit in. It is a social club for knitters, gardeners, and book lovers. Arlington was recently ranked the most educated municipality in the United States. If we, as the most educated municipality, choose to close a library to save a few bucks in a time when being educated is considered elitist and books are being banned, what hope is there to stop this wave? Bulwarks Arlington should be the bulwark that stops this wave, not part of the wave sweeping away resources, connections, culture, and education. Please do not close the Cherry Dole Library.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt, and to your daughter. Next speaker is Paige Moody. Ms. Moody.
Sorry. Good evening, and thank you for giving residents the opportunity to speak tonight. I grew up in the rural south of Virginia, where just like here, the library was and still is my safe space. I was able to access 100, if not 1,000, books and educational resources at my fingertips and paper copy. And nowadays, it could be millions with ebooks, articles, magazines, and more. My parents would drop us off on their way to work for 12-hour days at the power plants and healthcare, or we would walk after school. The library was a place where we could study, use computers, and simply feel safe. That kind of space is not a luxury, it's essential. And it remains just as critical for people of all ages today. Cherrydale Library, along with the other Arlington branches, serves this community without barriers. It does not require a privileged membership to enter. There is no expectation or exchange of money because someone wants to work on themselves or their families, whether that's learning language skills, reading, job marketability, or even child engagement. It provides something fundamental in today's world: access to information and community support. In September 2023, I lost my job and was unemployed for 4 months. Despite having a master's degree and strong experience, I still face the same reality as millions of Americans. My expenses never stopped. Rent was still due, student loans were still there looming. I ended up using the library for more than just books. Every day, I used it for Wi-Fi, free job resources, community, and a safe space as I navigated my next steps. The library bears witness to so many stages of life, different families connecting, empty nesters and retirees finding purpose and community, job seekers and students preparing for their futures. I understand that the budget requires difficult decisions, but closing a well-loved and critical resource would have irreversible effects across the community. I urge you to protect funding for our libraries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moody. Next speaker is Tegan Wielakowski. Ms. Wielakowski.
Hi, my name is Tegan Wielakowski, and I'm a level 10 gymnast with the Arlington Aerials. Over my past 10 years with the Aerials, I have progressed from an anxiety-ridden and shy level 3 gymnast to finally reaching my ultimate goal of becoming a confident and hardworking level 10, the highest level possible in the developmental program, through countless hours of pure drive and determination. I discovered the news of the gym closure near the end of my junior season, just when college gymnastics became a possibility. While I am a gymnast, I'm also a volunteer with the Adapted Gymnastics program, teaching children with disabilities strength, flexibility, and discipline through the art of gymnastics. I see small wins every single Sunday morning. For instance, jumping with 2 feet together down the trampoline or walking down the beam without holding a hand. The joy radiating from each child's face is reciprocated in mine, along with all the other dedicated aerial and tiger gymnasts, volunteers, and staff members. Closing down the gymnastics programs within Barcroft would be detrimental to this volunteering program, but not only for the adapted gymnasts. 75% of the volunteers within the gymnastics programs are aerials or tigers gymnasts. When DPR proposed closing this program, were they aware that many gymnasts are also volunteers, giving back to the program that has given us all so much? If our program was losing so much money, why are they not raising class prices or creating alternative sources of income, such as private lessons or birthday parties? As a younger gymnast, the highlight of my year was hosting my birthday party at Barcroft. As Miss Jane Rudolph once said, building is also about building a community, building places of trust. This is what we have created at Barcroft, and the impact of its closing would be evident throughout the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wielakowski. Next speaker is Sharon Edwards.
Hello, I've been an Arlington resident for 25 years now, and I'm raising my 4 children here. I'm here tonight to strongly oppose the proposal to eliminate all gymnastics programs and close the Barcroft facility. This decision would have a devastating impact on many Arlington families, not just those you see here tonight. My daughters, for example, participated in recreational classes for 3 years before COVID closed the gym. When competitive teams resumed in-person operations in 2021, both eagerly tried out for and joined a team, demonstrating how much they loved the sport and had missed it during the period of closure. My younger daughter participated for 3 years before switching her focus to dance, and my older daughter is finishing her 5th year as she prepares to graduate from Yorktown High School. Gymnastics has been instrumental in developing their coordination, strength, perseverance, mental toughness, and discipline, all qualities that will foster a lifelong commitment to leading active, healthy, and successful lives. Beyond the physical benefits, they have built lasting friendships, learned what it means to be a leader, learned the value of teamwork, and developed strong relationships with their coaches. My older daughter has also participated as an assistant coach for the adapted rec classes, where she has seen how beneficial they are to the children with disabilities who participate. They are heartbroken at the prospect of Arlington Gymnastics closing, which would deprive future generations of children from similar experiences. The alternatives for Arlington residents are scarce and often significantly expensive. Few gyms are available within a 30-minute drive. The closure of Barcroft will only exacerbate the problem, eliminating the affordable and often only feasible option at Barcroft. I urge you to consider alternatives to decreasing the budget that are less impactful to our residents and families. This program is more than just nice to have. It is a valuable resource to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Edwards. Very much. Next speaker, Catherine Bellinger.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Catherine Bellinger. I live in Williamsburg Village, and I'm here to support Cherrydale Library. This isn't the first time I've spoken to oppose its closure. The first was in 1998, when I was 7. I grew up 3 blocks from Cherrydale, the Little Library, as I called it, to distinguish it from Central, intimidatingly big. I visited multiple times a week. I still remember that board meeting. It was a school night. The meeting ran so long, I fell asleep in my chair waiting to speak well past 9 p.m., as some young people may tonight. My mom let me stay up past bedtime because I was determined to ask the board not to close my little library. More than 25 years later, my mom's here with me again, and I'm also here on behalf of my 14-month-old son, Sam. Sam goes to the little library at least 3 times a week, often with his nanny on weekdays and with me on weekends. In fact, today he was there twice, once at noon to check out books and play in the loft, and again for pajama story time. Cherrydale meets young children where they are. The size is just right. Sam picks out board books from the shelves with pictures of trucks. This week he chose Mud, Sand, and Snow, Digger, and How It Works, Tractor. He says his favorite word, dat, while pointing at pictures of books. Central plays a key role in our library system, but it doesn't have the same warmth or accessibility for families with very young children, nor the same walkability. For Sam and for many others, there's no real substitute for Cherrydale. Cherrydale has been part of my family's story for 3 generations. I hope it can be for the next one as well. And I hope that when Sam is 7, he might stay up late on a school night to testify for a different reason, to say thank you for keeping the little library open.
Thank you, Ms. Bellinger. Next speaker is Mara Bladergren. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Mara Bladergren, and I am here to speak yet again in support of keeping Cherrydale Library open. As other people have said tonight, Cherrydale Library is not just a building. And I think that's the sentiment that we've gotten tonight, that it's a warm, cozy, old building, and for people who love to read, and it's a wonderful place. And my boys, they attended the preschool story time there, just like other people have said, and we did the weekly visits. We went to the park, and then we always went to the library. Wizard of Oz, we read that book and found the whole series by Frank Baum all at the Cherrydale Library. Chronicles of Narnia, we read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and then we got all of the Narnia Chronicles. So it's just a wonderful place. I'm sure there's lots of hard choices to make, but just to echo what everyone has said, it's such an important place today in the memory for me, the community, my family. My boys are now 30, 31. They work in finance, and we have a book club, probably because of Cherrydale. So I just ask, please keep it open. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Bladergren. Our next speaker is virtual. It's Dr. Jennifer Lager.
Lager, yes.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My daughter Julianne is a level 7 gymnast with the Aerials. Professionally, I'm a clinical psychologist with a specialization in sport and performance psychology. Tonight, I speak to you as both a mom and a mental health professional with the hope that you will reject the proposal to close Barcroft and its gymnastics programs. Many of these athletes will have nowhere else to go. These programs provide a unique environment in our community that actively supports not only physical development, but also good mental health and prevention of high-risk behaviors. Gymnastics builds fortitude. The repetitive nature of training requires sustained effort and persistence. Kids learn to regulate emotions and keep going when things are hard, core skills that protect against anxiety, depression, and unhealthy coping. Gymnastics builds discipline and accountability. Gymnasts manage demanding schedules, set goals, and follow through. Research shows structured, goal-oriented activities like this reduce substance use by strengthening self-regulation and responsibility. Gymnastics builds a tolerance for discomfort. Gymnasts face fear, take risks, and try again after failure. They learn to manage uncomfortable emotions instead of seeking to escape them, one of the strongest protective factors preventing substance use and other maladaptive coping strategies. Finally, gymnastics builds connection. Being part of Arlington's gymnastics programs provides a strong sense of belonging, and belonging is one of the most powerful buffers against mental health struggles and substance use. These are not just gymnastics skills, they're life skills essential to healthy functioning. Arlington County spends millions of dollars annually on mental health and substance abuse programs. If you believe that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, then continuing to support Arlington Gymnastics is essential to a healthy budget and a healthy community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lager. That's right. Next speaker. Next speaker is Gabriella Dean.
Okay. Hi, my name is Gabriella, and I have been competing as an Arlington Aerial for 4 years. I first joined the Aerials after moving back from the Netherlands, and this program helped me become more involved in Arlington County. And on this team, I have found my best friends, even though everyone on my team goes to a different school system. We have been representing Arlington County at major meets for decades. Specifically this year, my team and I have competed at huge competitions with many team, individual, or all-around wins. Recently, at the Virginia State meet, our level 5 team had 17 event medals, 3 of which were gold, 5 all-around medals, and a 7th place out of 25 teams finish. Gymnastics gives me an outlet outside of school, which is important for any kid or teen. Gymnastics has taught me more about balance than just what I do on the beam. I know how to balance time for school, practice, rest, meets, and fun with my teammates. That makes all of our gymnasts here healthier and productive.
Hi, my name is Rowan Wilson. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a level 5 on the Arlington Aerials team. I love doing gymnastics, and when I get a new skill, I love sharing that moment with my beloved teammates and coaches. If you cut the program, you'll be breaking long-lasting bonds and friendships. For me, the best part of being an aerial is the support and encouragement that they give me. For example, our team high five and watching and cheering for each other at meets. I'm here today standing up for my gym, possibly missing one of my last practices as an aerial. And that's how you know how important it is to the gym, because I can assure you we are not willing to miss practice. As I said in the beginning, I've been an aerial for a long time, and I wouldn't trade it for the world. Thank you.
Thank you both. Next speaker is Margaret McKelvey. Ms. McKelvey.
Thank you. I'm Margaret McKelvey, a 45-year resident of Cherrydale, speaking in opposition to closing the Cherrydale Library. 2 words most often describe the Cherrydale Library: neighborhood, gem. The library has a storied history of having pioneered reading to young Black children in Arlington. Why would we get rid of a gem? Why would we bury a piece of history as we navigate these deeply troubling times? Of course, budgets must be balanced. 2 suggestions. Number 1, reduce the annual leaf collection to 1 pass. Leaving the leaves is demonstrably better for our environment, both flora and fauna. Running the trucks adds to air pollution. I don't know how much we pay for that, but I do know that Falls Church City thinks that they could save $2 million by not collecting their leaves. Number 2, aggressively enforce fines for running red lights, an infraction so common in Arlington that I think you could probably balance the budget in just 1 week. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKelvey. Appreciate your focus and brevity. And next, Mr. Samuel Guo.
Good evening, members of the board. Have you ever built something you're really proud of? For me, that wasn't just a table or a chair. It was community. I'm here to talk about what this space means to the people of Arlington, specifically the Thomas Jefferson Woodshop. Before I go further, I have a quick question. Have you ever visited the board, or have you ever visited the Woodshop? If you have, would you mind raising your hand? Great. If you haven't, I'd really encourage you to come in sometime. I'm happy to make a cutting board, one for vegetables and dinner, but not for cutting operations. Because once you step inside that space, you realize it's much more than a room full of tools. At the Woodshop, I've had the privilege of teaching people of all ages, backgrounds, and genders. Some come in having never picked up a tool before. Others arrive with experience but are looking for a place to learn, create, and connect. I've also taught summer camp for teens, helping young people learn craftsmanship, patience, and confidence. I've helped more than 24 scouts earn their woodworking merit badges, and I spent many evenings helping scouts build and fine-tune their Pinewood Derby cars. Professionally, I'm an economist, and from an economic perspective, this isn't a demand problem. Every class taught is full, every open studio session is full. The community demand for the woodshop is incredibly strong. This time is not to cut supply, it's to supply more. Watching someone discover what they can safely and confidently create, something with their own hands, and be proud of is the most rewarding experience in Arlington. Recently, Arlington Parks and Recreation won the gold medal for excellence. That is an incredible achievement and something the community should be proud of. I truly believe the Woodshop and the broader arts programs helped contribute to that recognition. These programs represent the very best of what public recreation can be: accessible, creative, and community-driven. Pausing operations at the Woodshop risks more than access and equipment. It risks losing a space where Arlington residents learn, teach each other, and build something meaningful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Go. The next speaker is Alex Munoz. Mr. Munoz.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Alex Munoz, and I'm the father of 2 boys on the Arlington Tigers competitive gymnastics team. As a non-resident, I appreciate the opportunity to speak because shutting down the gymnastics program affects families like mine. I understand there are financial considerations, but I ask you to also consider the impact on our kids. My family has lived through this before. Like one of the previous speakers, we were part of the gym that shut down 2 years ago. My sons didn't just lose a team, they lost a community. I saw how that affected them, not just as athletes, but as kids trying to understand why something they loved was being taken away despite their commitment and dedication. Gymnastics is not just not an activity, it's part of who these kids are becoming. They train 9 to 20 hours a week, learning discipline, resilience, and how to grow from setbacks. These are the exact qualities that we hope to instill in all our children. When my oldest son heard that he might lose his gym for the 2nd time, he broke down in tears. He said, "I don't want to have to quit gymnastics." For him, this isn't just a sport, it's his identity. In Virginia, there are only about 20 boys competitive programs, that's including Arlington. Those that are local here already say they don't have the capacity to accept more kids. Others don't offer all the same types of programs, and others like Bristol and Virginia Beach are too far to be a realistic option. Removing Arlington as an option takes away these kids' opportunity to continue the sport that they learn and grow so much from. According to the CDC, about 2.4 million kids aged 3 to 17 have a diagnosis of some form of depression. In around 2023, Yale Medicine performed a study of high school students, which had 10% of the boys and 22% of the girls reporting some form of suicidal ideation. At a time when youth mental health is a growing concern, activities like gymnastics provide structure, community, and purpose. Whether we're helping one child or thousands, anything that helps combat depression in youth deserves more in-depth consideration. I urge you to consider not just the financial impact, but the lasting impact this decision will have on our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz. Dean Munoz. There's a button on that side that you can use to bring down the overall height. There you go. Mr. Munoz, or Miss, both of you, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Dean, and I am a level 5 gymnast at the Arlington Gymnastics program. I'm also speaking on behalf of my brother, Andrew. He is a level 4 gymnast at Arlington also. When I first walked in there, I had a dream to go to the Olympics. When you're taking this away from all the Arlington gymnasts, you're taking away a secondary family. Almost all gymnasts here spend more time at the gym than at home, and when you're taking that away, it tears friends apart. Your decision to close the gym means that you're letting kids not have a place to help our bodies grow stronger. When that happens, kids and adults lose a vital support system that has helped them for a while. This gym creates great memories instead of sitting in front of screens for hours and hours at a time. I remember when Apollo closed. I thought about quitting, but then Arlington was only a couple minutes, like 30 minutes away, and then I thought this is where I would finish my gymnastics journey. By keeping this gym open, you will be able to step closer to the end of this obesity epidemic and making kids be active once again. Gymnastics helps kids learn skills like discipline, respect to adults, and physical and mental wellness. And these skills we will carry for the rest of our lives. I am dedicated to the sport. With all the programs closed because kids would rather be playing some esports make this place really special to me. All the memories I have made at this place have really changed me and encouraged me to be a better gymnast. This place keeps our physical well-being alive and is a place for where we learn to fall and get back up. I hope you reconsider your budget cuts and save our gymnastics program. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz, and your brother as well. Next speaker is Jordan Christofek. Jordan.
Hello, my name is Jordan Christofek. I'm 12 years old, and I'm from the Arlington Boys Competitive Gymnastics team. I would like to thank the board for letting me speak today. When a gymnastics program or gym closes, it is like breaking up a family and causes serious emotional issues for kids and adults. I say this because I have already experienced it. 2 years ago, when my previous gym closed a boys program without warning, it hurt. It was a sad time for me because I suddenly lost people of my gymnastics family. Also, I was very anxious because I was not sure I would be able to keep doing something that I love and helps me grow. But I was one of the lucky ones. I did not have to quit because I was accepted into a new home and family, the Arlington Tigers. Arlington Gymnastics is a huge family full of kids and coaches who love to be with each other. Some of my closest friends, my family, come to this place and enjoy the time they spend with me and their friends. This place helps me express my thoughts and feelings. This place also helps me interact with others and not sit down on the couch, staring at a phone and making a body imprint on the cushions. In this place, I've learned how to make goals and how to achieve them. In this place, I've learned how to overcome fears. If you close this facility, you are breaking up the Arlington family. You are taking away the activity and place where kids can come out of their shells and be themselves. Arlington Gymnastics helps make kids behave better and become kinder people. You would be tearing apart groups of kids who love to be with each other. You would be breaking up a family. I don't want to lose my gymnastics family again. My mom tells me every day about how the Arlington parents have organized and jumped into action with good solutions to keep Barcroft open. Please choose one of their solutions. Please keep my family, our family, together. Thank you again for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Christofek. Miss Lucy Lyons.
Hi, my name is Lucy Lyons. I'm 13 years old and a gymnast here at Arlington Aerials. As I begin my speech, I want you to imagine a place where you struggled, where you failed, where you almost gave up but didn't. And imagine waking up one day and that place is potentially going away forever. No warning, no goodbye, just gone. That's what this feels like. Because this gym is not just a building to me. It's where I've fallen more times than I can count, where I've stood on the beam, shaking, telling myself I can't do this, and then doing it anyway. It's where I learned that feeling doesn't mean you're done, it means you try again, and you can't just replace that. You can't rebuild that feeling somewhere else like it's nothing. Because this place is already something. It lives in our coaches, the ones who see potential in us, even when we don't see it in ourselves. It lives in our teammates who cheer louder for us than they do for themselves. That's what you're deciding about. Not just a gym, not just a budget line. You're deciding about a place that builds people. And I understand budgets matter, plans matter, but people matter too. And right now, there are families, real families, who are ready to fight for this place, who are ready to support it, who want to be part of the solution. So what if this wasn't something to shut down? What if this was something worth saving? What if instead of closing it, you worked with us? Because we're already here, we already care, we've already built something real. We're not asking you to start over. We're asking you to not take away something that already means everything. And I know I'm just a kid, but I also know this. Some places change your life, and once they're gone, you don't get them back. So please, choose to work with us, choose to listen, choose to see what this place really is, and choose to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lyons. Ms. Evangeline Lee.
Why?
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Evangeline Lee, and I'm a 7th grader at Dorothy Ham Middle School. I'm speaking tonight in favor of keeping Cherrydale Library open. I participated in the ICE walkout at Ham recently, which made me realize how important it is to speak up for what I believe is right, including my belief that Cherrydale should remain open. I was born and raised in Arlington and have gone to Cherrydale basically forever. I have so many good memories of spending countless hours browsing among the shelves and staggering out with more books than one kid could, or should technically, possibly hold. There have been times where my family has had literally 40 or more books checked out at one time. So many of my childhood memories were staged in that small, cozy building, getting lost among hundreds, maybe thousands of stories. Losing the library would feel like a huge part of my life as a kid being taken away, and I know other kids in the neighborhood feel the same. I've gone to other Arlington libraries a few times, but always by car since I can't walk there. Most of them are bigger, but they'll never replace the sentimental value for me. Cherrydale does a good job of getting involved with the community, too. For example, take Miss Cindy, an amazing librarian and a co-host of the book club at my school. She makes it easy for us to want to come to the library to see her and chat about more books. And is that what adults want us kids to do in the first place? To lose such a convenient source of books would be a tragedy for all of the bibliophiles in Arlington. Since I go to Dorothy Ham, I walk to the library frequently after school to study or pick up books on my way home, or when I just need a safe space to hang out for a while. I wouldn't be able to do this with other libraries since the nearest one is a mile away. Cherrydale Library is the most valuable and beloved place in all of Arlington for me and my family, and we would be devastated to lose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Next speaker is Dante Gemarillo.
Good evening. I'm here to speak about Arlington County Gymnastics program, which means so much more to me and many others here than just a sport. I've been at Barcroft Gymnastics since I was 5 years old and became an Arlington Tiger soon after. I am now 15. Over those years, I've learned something important. Barcroft is not just a place we go to train, it's a place we've grown up in. I've been with the same group of guys for 10 years. Those relationships, that bond, and that brotherhood can't just be replaced somewhere else. It's not just about connection, it's about excellence too. We built something strong here. We're the first place team in the state. You also might be wondering, what does gymnastics give you that other sports can't? Gymnastics pushes you in ways nothing else does. It takes incredible strength, flexibility, focus, and mental toughness all at once. You train for hours for a single routine that can go exactly as planned or not at all. It's about constantly challenging yourself, facing fear, and learning how to get back up when you fall. It's not just physical. It builds resilience and discipline that carry into every part of life. Gymnastics has shaped me into who I am. It's taught me how to work hard even when things get tough. It's given me confidence, structure, and a sense of purpose. Honestly, I don't know what I would do without it and the 20 hours a week I train. It's more than just something I do. It's a part of who I am. That's why this matters so much. This program isn't just important for us who are here tonight. It's important for the future. There are kids right now who have the same interest in the sport and deserve the same opportunities we've had. The same place within Arlington to grow, to belong, and to succeed. Therefore, I ask you to seriously consider every possible option to keep this program going, because this isn't just about saving a sport. It's about preserving a community, a nearly 50-year-old legacy, and opportunities for others to experience a program that can truly change their lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jamarillo. Next speaker, Robert Loshi? Mr. Loshi.
Thank you very much. First, I'd like to thank you.
Can you lift up on the right, there's a way to lift up the podium just a little bit. There's a button that you can lift up the podium, and perfect. And then just right into the microphone so we can hear you.
Start over?
Right into the microphone. There you go.
First,
Go ahead.
I'd like to thank you for serving on the board and making Arlington into what it is today. This is the first time I've ever come to a board meeting, and I noticed that if there's one theme that's been spoken by everybody, it's that Arlington is a gem. And I'm confident that you will do everything in your power to maintain that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Loshi. Next speaker, Mr. Hill. Brief but powerful, I'll say that. Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
Yes, but thank you for hearing our concerns tonight. I've got 5 top priorities for Arlington County for 2027. 1, affordable housing, policies, and programs. Number 2, a trained staff and equipped sheriffs, fire, police, and emergency management agency. 3, recovery and independence-based human and social services. 4, libraries. Hint, hint, Cherrydale. And finally, the art and metro system. Thank you for your time and your attention and all your good work.
Thank you, Mr. Hill, very much. Next speaker, Millie Shaw.
Good evening. My son has autism, began his journey in the adaptive gymnastics program at the age of 3. At that time, he struggled with basic gross motor skills, simple actions like jumping that many children take for granted. But through the dedicated guidance of the coaches and the thoughtful structure of this program, something incredible happened. He learned to jump with both his feet. He learned to skip. These may sound like small milestones, but for our son, they were life-changing. They weren't just physical achievements. They were gateways to confidence, independence, joy. He could play for the first time alongside his peers. He could belong. Today, my son is 7 years old, and he loves playing baseball on his Little League team, and he just earned his blue belt in Taekwondo. We attribute his success in these activities in large part to the skills and confidence he gained in the adaptive gymnastics program. But the impact of this program goes far beyond any one child. It has created a community, a place where parents like us who are navigating the often challenging and sometimes isolating journey of raising a child with special needs can come together. We share stories, support one another, and celebrate every hard-won victory. These connections are not just meaningful, they are essential. In fact, some of the amazing moms that I've met at Adaptive Gymnastics are here with me today. Cutting this program would not only limit our children's physical development, it would dismantle a support system that so many families rely on. The smiles, the laughter, the sense of belonging our children feel in that gym, those are irreplaceable. Investing in this gymnastics program is an investment in our children's future. It's about giving them the opportunity to grow, connect, and to thrive. I urge you to reconsider these budget cuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Next speaker is Whitney Fahima.
Fahmy, yeah.
Fahmy, my apologies.
So I wrote something down, but I just want to start. I have 2 young sons that are in adaptive gymnastics. That's how I met Millie. That's how I met so many amazing moms. But there are so many great volunteers here in the crowd who have been amazing, amazing coaches. And they make my sons feel like rock stars every Sunday. So thank you. Okay, I just derailed myself. I have 2 young sons who participate in Arlington's adaptive gymnastics program. For them, the gym isn't just a place to play. It's where they've achieved milestones doctors weren't sure they would reach. My oldest son, who has autism, has found a world of confidence and strength on those mats. He has gone from struggling with social cues to building a community of friends who get him. My younger son has seen his life changed through the physical therapy of the sport. Gymnastics taught him how to jump. It's built the core muscles he's needed to navigate daily life. For my boys, these classes are one place where they aren't different. They are simply athletes. The impact doesn't stop with the kids. As a special needs mother, this program has been my sanctuary. It is where I've met a tribe of moms and dads who understand the unique challenges we face. I have made lifelong friends in the observation area of that gym, friends who have kept me grounded in my hardest days. By taking away the program, you aren't just taking away a sport, you are dismantling a vital support system for so many families in Arlington. Gymnastics is one of the few truly inclusive spaces left in our county's recreational offerings. By eliminating it, you are telling families like mine that our children's progress and our community's well-being are expendable. I urge you to reconsider this decision. Do not let these children lose their strength, their confidence, and their community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Fahmy and Ms. Shaw, for bringing your sons with you into this room. Next speaker, Mr. Richard Woodruff.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity. I've been a member of the Historical Affairs and Landmark Review Board for 14 years. I served as chairman of the board for 4 years. I'm here to talk tonight about 2 budget proposals about cutting the county's historic preservation program. And I'll say without the slightest hesitation, the resources that Arlington commits now to historic preservation is not sufficient. 4 FTEs since 2001 are now to be 3 FTEs if this budget proposal is approved. The associate planner proposed to be eliminated supports the functions of the HLRB, including all of the steps required by law to administer certificates of appropriateness. This cut will harm homeowners in Maywood and Colonial Village and business owners operating in historic buildings in Buckingham and Columbia Pike. In other words, anyone living or working in or wanting to create an historic overlay. And I'll remind you, in 2023, you approved a strategic plan for historic and cultural resources that recommended a team of 7 FTEs. The budget also proposes imposition of a $250 fee for anyone submitting an application to create an historic overlay, a fee that is expected to raise all of $500 annually. This is not a good idea, and it was shot down in 1918 for obvious reasons. It wouldn't raise any money, and it would disincentivize anyone from protecting their historic property. It's hard enough already. In 2025, we had just 2 property owners, one in Cherrydale and one near Chain Bridge, apply for and receive a zoning overlay. I understand it's a tough budget year, but the historic preservation staff have an important job to do. The physical evidence of Arlington's history is shrinking every day. That tiny office of 4 FTEs is the only part of your government whose job is to protect what's left. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Mr. Woodruff. Our next speaker is Marissa Kushner.
Hi, thanks for having me here. They know who I am. I'm speaking here, not part of the gymnastics team. I am here as a resident who every 3 months logs on to the Arlington Enjoy website and comes close to having to call 911 because my stress level is beyond insane while I have my toddler strapped into her high chair with all of the snacks, while I have 2 computers open and all of the browsers. This time, Mr. Spain, I was on the virtual call with you the night before registration opened, and I was already stressed about it. I did manage to get my 3-year-old into her Thursday morning class, which was amazing. There are 7 children on that wait list already. You could have a second class during that time and still have a wait list. That should show that there's a huge demand, even on a weekday morning. My daughter started taking these classes when she was 12 months old. That's the earliest that Arlington has an offering for gymnastics classes. It's also, gymnastics is one of the few things offered for children under 2 years old. That 12-month-old class, there's one session. There are 5 children in this county that can take that class. Offer more. Offer more for all of the classes, especially weekday mornings. There's a need, there's a demand, and there's space in the gym to do that. I sent an email on March 16th outlining a ton of additional points, having absolutely no idea anything about the teams because I'm only at the 3-year-old range of what the county offers. But I would implore you to please look at additional partnerships and other opportunities. The limited time that I'm at Barcroft, I can tell you, I see the GW Gymnastics team there. They are there. That is a private university down the road. If they can pay for something, charge them more. Be transparent about what they're paying. I looked, my family spent time on our websites, on your budget plans, all of that. We can't find a single data point about that. So year after year, if you're looking at enrollment counts, I can tell you it is personally insulting to me as someone who studies that website and enrollment and class offerings to say that there are fewer children enrolled. There are less classes as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kushner. Our next speaker is Kelvin Manners. Mr. Manners.
Good evening, members of the Arlington County Board. My name is Kelvin Manners. I'm the founder and executive director of Arm in Arm. We're a peer-to-peer behavioral health organization that works with individuals during high crises, critical transition points of their life. In addition to that, I'm also the representative for formerly incarcerated individuals for Arlington County. I stand before you today in both those lights. I ask that you approve and the proposal that has been submitted to County Manager Swartz, and you yourself have also seen Chair DeFerenti for our funding. We have since been denied funding from Arlington County. So as of June 30th of 2025, we have no funding whatsoever. Our service, if you would jump to the next slide, please. As a result of the lack of funding, we've only been able to do with no funding, we've only been able to provide outreach, and that's community outreach as opposed to our core services and supports that we provide. The core framework of our work as we are working with individuals who have mental health challenges, substance use disorders, individuals transitioning from incarceration, individuals with co-occurring challenges, as well as their children. Please jump to the next slide. That means that what we are able to do and have been able to do at this point is site-based outreach. That means tabling events, setting up tables and things of this nature. Our transparency phase, where individuals with severe mental illness really get a chance to get in touch with their issues that are deep lying and get a chance to talk about that, make connection, and incorporate tools of health for themselves, has now been dismantled, as well as our developmental trainings that we have used for years. In addition to that, these individuals are the ones who make the connection when we do the street community outreach. That means touching base with individuals, doing harm reduction, as well as harm prevention, Narcan training, as well as individuals who are licensed in the
Thank you, Mr. Manners.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Leah Harris. I'm here as a longtime supporter of Arm in Arm, as well as a harm reduction trainer and educator who shares skills to prevent overdoses. So Kelvin gave you an overview of what Arm in Arm does, and I want to speak to the vital importance of investing in life-saving prevention services. I believe that ethics is about centering vulnerability, and that this county's ethical obligation is to fund prevention services to our most vulnerable residents and neighbors, like what Arm in Arm and community partners are offering. I will put it like this. Narcan is an essential part of any harm reduction toolkit, and we know that it is saving lives. Arm in Arm provides that training. I know many other community partners do. It's critical. And if you've ever pushed Narcan, you know it is stressful. Bystanders might freeze, they might not know what to do. Meanwhile, that person is suffering all the physical and social effects of an overdose. So I believe that it is our, again, ethical obligation to intervene earlier to prevent overdose before we need Narcan. And so that's why we need tailored overdose prevention, education, safety planning, because so many populations are at risk. From our youth to our elders to our veterans to people transitioning from incarceration, like Kelvin talked about, a time when there's a very high risk of overdose. And Arm in Arm is very well positioned to support overdose prevention work across all of these communities because they work as peer supporters with all of these groups across the lifespan in our most vulnerable communities. So please, as you're making your difficult decisions, please fund the vital prevention work that only peers can do. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Next speaker. Ms. Stagel, go ahead.
Good evening. My thanks to the county board for all you do. I'm an Arlington County resident and the CEO of Arlington Free Clinic. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of AFC and our partners in Arlington Safety Net. We in the Safety Net are also speaking tonight on behalf of thousands of voices that are not represented here. Many of our neighbors are struggling to stay in their homes, provide opportunities for their children, and pay for food. A major driver of these financial pressures for many is the cost of healthcare. At the same time, we are facing potentially significant cuts in access to healthcare as a direct result of new federal rules on Medicaid. Healthcare costs rise because people lose access to care, defer prevention, and use emergency services. County support for AFC would directly address these intertwined challenges of healthcare affordability and access. Arlington Free Clinic provides free, comprehensive medical, behavioral health, and pharmacy care, social service coordination, and low-cost dental care to over 1,600 adults. Our patients work in the essential service sectors that keep Arlington running: restaurants, construction, childcare, and cleaning, to name a few, but their jobs don't include health insurance. For decades, Arlington has relied on AFC, BHC Health, and their partners in the community to provide this care to uninsured adults. Friends, like many of our fellow safety net organizations, we are struggling to maintain our current levels of service. We need help. I ask the county to make services like ours a priority. AFC is uniquely equipped to care for uninsured adults. Currently, Arlington County does not have a budget allocation for AFC because we are not considered a core service. But I urge the county to strengthen its investment in social safety net and reconsider how it funds critical services like ours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Stagel. Our next speaker, Mr. Hossein. Okay. Next speaker, Theo Saavedra. We'll perhaps come back after a few speakers just to make sure that those two folks haven't made it. I see Elizabeth Dudley has passed. We'll go to Toby Chen. Next speaker after that will be Alyssa Wheeler.
Hello, my name is Toby Chen, and I'm a member of the Arlington Tigers. I first started taking classes at the age of 5 before joining the competitive team. I have loved it so much. I cannot stress how great the community, the coaches, and experience have been. This is an excellent program, and programs just like this are what make Arlington great. It is deeply distressing to see this program being slated for closure, especially when it feels like there is little to no effort to prevent this from happening. Why should we give Barcroft Hub when there's been nothing done to try to at least improve the situation? Can we not at least try to save a program that is beloved by so many? I urge you to consider other options that have been presented, to partner with our parent organizations, so that we can avoid shuttering a program that has served so many over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Next speaker virtually is Alyssa Wheeler. Ms. Wheeler.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alyssa Wheeler. I am an Arlington resident speaking in support of keeping Cherrydale Library open. I became a mom in 2023, and like many new moms, I struggled with feelings of isolation in the postpartum months. And taking my infant son to story time was an essential connection to the outside world and other new moms. As Miss Cindy can probably attest, Cherrydale was my son's home away from home until he started preschool. And now our book hauls include board books for his little sister. I want to echo the folks who tonight have mentioned how Central Library cannot fill the void that would be left by Cherrydale. Central Library's children's area and events are often at capacity. And even for those of us who drive, the longer drive time to Central and challenging parking would be prohibitive for many families with little kids navigating multiple nap schedules. Please keep Cherrydale open. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wheeler. Next speaker.
Hello, good evening. I'm also here to speak to keep the Cherrydale Library open. I moved from South Korea back in 1998, and I've been going to the library since 2004. And in the meantime, I've become a reader and a runner, and now I'm traveling all over the states, running a marathon in each state, and also reading all the presidential biographies, now sometimes teaching people. So I cannot tell you how important Cherrydale Library has been in my immigrant life, and I've become an American citizen the very, very positive way through the programs and books and people I've met at the Cherrydale Library. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Rao. Next speaker is Megan Powers. Ms. Powers.
Hi, good evening, members of the board. My name is Megan Powers. I'm the Arlington Aerials Parents Association president and mom of an aerials gymnast who is standing with me right here. Her name is Jordan, and she is an 8th grader at Gunston Middle School. As a former Virginia competitive and collegiate gymnast, I was well aware of the Arlington Gymnastics program's reputation. So when my husband and I moved to Arlington in 2008, I enrolled in the adult gymnastics classes. Then when we had children, I signed them up for rec classes when they were 18 months old. My daughter continued through the program and now has been on the competitive team for 5 years. Arlington Aerials Gymnastics was established in 1979 and over the decades has produced countless state and regional champions, national qualifiers, and collegiate gymnasts. Last season, 21 of our upper-level aerials gymnasts qualified for the Region 7 championships, which includes the top gymnasts from 6 states. Each of the last 5 seasons, we've also had gymnasts qualify for nationals. Having a county-run recreational and competitive gymnastics program is part of what makes Arlington an amazing place to live. The breadth of programming that Arlington offers draws people to the county and keeps us here. And even though county gymnastics programs may not be the norm, there are several other successful long-term county programs nearby in Virginia and Maryland. For example, Prince George's County Gymnastics Program has been in operation for 22 years. They have an impressive facility and host meets where aerials gymnasts have competed. The Stafford County Gymnastics Program has been in operation for almost 4 decades, since 1988. And also in 2023, St. Mary's County Gymnastics expanded into a new modernized gymnastics facility for their rec and competitive programs. We encourage the county and DPR to communicate with other county gymnastics programs to gain an understanding of the operational and financial efficiencies utilized by those programs. The Aerials and Tigers Parents Associations have historically provided significant support to the competitive program. In the last month, we have submitted multiple proposals as a path towards financial sustainability, demonstrating both our desire to work collaboratively with the county and to show our commitment to the program. We ask that you do not eliminate a program that means so much to our children and our families. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powers. Next speaker is Ms. Liz Rugaber, excuse me. Liz,
Gaber.
are you there?
Thank you. I've lived in Arlington for 32 years, specifically in Maywood for 23. What's striking to me about the programs targeted for deaf, gymnastics, the Cherrydale Library, the Woodshop, these are all relatively small dollar programs. But as you've heard from all of this wonderful testimony, they have a massive outsized community impact. They're instrumental in making Arlington a gem. So I hope that the lens through which the county views these programs shifts to recognize that these are in fact high value, low cost programs. That is the sweet spot for government services. There's more demand for these programs than the county can offer. And as you know, from the county's significant investment in Plan Langston Boulevard, demand specifically for Cherrydale Library services is only going to increase. There are many things about Cherrydale Library that happen there precisely because of its small size and its neighborhoodiness. My daughter, for example, was struggling with reading in APS school. I brought her to the Read with the Dogs program at Cherrydale Library. Her anxiety went down dramatically, and she learned how to read at the Cherrydale Library. I do not think that program could have been offered at Central. At Cherrydale, you really get to know your neighbors. You're not just jumping in and out. Shutting the library down is not free. There are costs associated with decommissioning a building and relocating resources, not to mention the cultural loss costs and the message it would send in this time of disinformation and retreating civic engagement. There are 90,000 materials approximately annually checked out from the Cherrydale Library, not to mention more browsed and all the programs. I mean, what exactly would the county put in that Cherrydale Library's challenging plot that could have the same kind or greater community impact? I urge you to consider keeping Cherrydale Library and all of these other wonderful programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rugeber. Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sierra Frischnecht, and I'm a Maywood resident and a parent of 4 children. I'd also like to add my voice and the voice of our family about 2 programs that matter a lot to our family, the Arlington Gymnastics program and the Cherrydale Library. First, Arlington Gymnastics. My oldest 3 kids all participated in the program at different stages. The demand speaks for itself. Classes fill almost immediately. We've all experienced that pain of registration. Last session, I missed the registration window, and I had to enroll my 4.5-year-old daughter in a private gymnastics program. I think it's important to note that I paid more than double the cost of the Arlington program for very similar offerings. At the end of the 4 sessions, she kept crying and saying that she wanted to go back to the place where the teachers were nice. Luckily, I set a calendar reminder to register again, and now we're going to be happily driving to Barcroft to participate in what we hope is not the final session of this excellent program. Cutting gymnastics would be a real loss, especially considering its high potential for revenue neutrality and its fit-for-purpose facility. Second, the Cherrydale Library. We've lived in Maywood for 7 years, and we've raised our children with frequent walks there. Although Central Library is geographically close, the 2 libraries serve very different functions. Central can feel overwhelming due to its size and location, and I've experienced personally more than one altercation or instance of inappropriate behavior there. Cherrydale provides a calmer, more intimate environment that our family relies on. My kids feel comfortable and independent at Cherrydale in a way that the larger Central Library facility simply can't replicate. I explained this proposal to my children and asked what they wanted me to share. My 12-year-old son, who is a student at Dorothy Ham, said, Cherrydale is a wonderful space that has areas for everybody to enjoy and learn, from little kids to college students. And my 4.5-year-old, who loves story time and walking to the library, says, it has lots of books I like. Please keep it open at least a little bit longer. We urge you to keep this unique county amenity, one that has stood the test of time, as demonstrated here tonight, is highly valued by our community, open. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Frischnecht. Ms. Tatum-Wielechowski.
My name is Tatum Wielechowski, and I'm a level 9 gymnast. I started doing gymnastics in rec classes at Barcroft when I was 3. Like myself, most of us started gymnastics in the rec program and have stayed at Barcroft for our whole career. Many gymnasts who are in rec classes have a goal of making the competitive team. We know the proposal included alternatives to Barcroft, but those alternatives don't work for most of us. At the level that I'm in, those gyms are either too far away or don't have the capacity for all of our gymnasts. That's just for the developmental program. There are even less options for the Tigers and Excel programs. One thing that is important for people who are unfamiliar with gymnastics to recognize is how much our gym impacts us. At 7 years old, I and many other gymnasts spent 9 hours a week at the gym. Now at 14, I spend over 20 hours a week at the gym. Not only doing gymnastics myself, but also volunteering for the adapted gymnastics program every Sunday. This is my first year volunteering for the program, and it's been a very rewarding experience to be able to witness how gymnastics can help everyone, no matter their abilities. and can have such a positive impact on the community. I can't imagine my life without Barcroft and Arlington Aerials. We would appreciate it if you would reconsider the proposed budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Walikowski. Next, Ellie Kravitz.
Good evening. I'm Ellie Kravitz. I'm a level 8 gymnast at Barcroft. Thank you for giving us space to be heard. I would like to take a moment to respond to something that was said at an open door Monday with the board chair. I heard him say his family would drive 45 minutes to soccer practice when he was a kid. When he implied that closing the gym and asking parents to drive further isn't an unrealistic burden. But you know what I heard? I heard privilege. Not every family this gym serves has the ability. How wonderful that the board chair's family had those resources. But to think that everyone else's does is just flat out ignorant. As a military child, my closest family lives almost 800 miles away. Both of my parents work and don't have other supports in the area to help coordinate logistics. To imply that we can simply pivot shows complete detachment from the people that you are elected to represent. We need to be better than this budget. You don't need to be better, we need to be better than this budget. Don't let your assumptions of privilege blind you from the reality of what this budget does.
Point taken, Ms. Kravitz. Thank you. Mr. Nizar Farsak. Are you there, Nizar? Virtual. Are you there?
I'm not seeing them in the chat, but we can pin it and come back to them.
Next speaker, Mr. Oberholzer.
Thomas Jefferson warned us long ago about the dangers of tyranny. One of the ways he thought we could prevent tyranny was by having an educated population. I see libraries as important in that way. Think about this. Anyone can go to the library. Doesn't matter who you are, doesn't matter anything about you. Anyone can walk in the door. Today, information, good information, is getting hard to find. Not just in the library, but anywhere you look. If you look online, there's a lot of information, but the best information often has a paywall. A lot of people just look on television. You can look on cable. There are a lot of places for people to listen to, and you'll get a lot of opinion. What you won't get are facts. And that's where I think the library plays a really important part. The collections the library has, and those collections are available to anyone across the county. Doesn't matter if it's Central or Cherrydale or wherever, anyone can access them. The librarians go to a lot of trouble to make sure the information in the library is of high quality. And you can find information on almost any topic. You can find it from the history of Virginia. You can find information about medical research. You can find, if you want to start a business, all that information is there. It's been carefully evaluated. It's been often has citations and references and peer reviewed. This is good information. If we want to have a citizenry that's educated, and I mean anyone, the library is a great place to go. I really hope you'll consider continuing that funding across the collections for everyone in the county to access. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Oberholzer. The next speaker is Amelia Lopez. Ms. Lopez. You see the button? There you go. Go ahead, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Amelia Lopez, and I'm a level 4 gymnast on the Arlington Aerials competitive team. My brother Callisto was an Arlington Tiger for 7 years. The Arlington Gymnastics program has been an important part of our childhoods and has made us stronger people physically and mentally. I have been working hard in gymnastics from the time I was 3 years old. Coach Lori was my teacher then, and she is my coach now at age 10. The coaches and kids of the Arlington Gymnastics are more than friendly faces. They are a support network that's always there for me. They push me to do my best, to train hard, and to test my limits. But they also show me what it means to respect and support each other, to compete in a healthy way. I wasn't always on the team. The first year I tried out, I didn't make the team. I was sad, I was frustrated, But gymnastics had taught me to push through hard times and try harder. Instead of quitting, I doubled down on the rec classes that year, taking all the classes that I had time for. Coach Alex saw me and he believed in me. I went to the tryout and I made the team. I've been on the team for 3 years now. Gymnastics has taught me that if you're committed to yourself, to your sport, to your community, you can do hard things and achieve your goals. I'm asking you, if you are committed to the kids of Arlington, will you do the hard work to save our program?
Thank you, Ms. Lopez and friends. Christina Clay. Ms. Clay, you can, if you wish, you may want to push the button on the right side that goes up just a little bit, if that's okay.
You can also squat down.
And no disrespect to Ms. Lopez at all. Ms. Clay.
Thank you very much. Good evening. I'm here to speak on behalf of Barcroft and the gymnastics community. I came to the budget hearing tonight with what I hope is a simple message, but it is a bit budgety. I'm asking you to consider the gymnastics budget challenge only in the context of the DPR budget. Separate out and protect all other Arlington priority programs, as we should.
Ms. Clay, you're doing great. Just, we didn't start the timer and we're trying to be fair to everyone, so I'm filibustering for 5 more seconds and then you continue. Just trying to be fair to everybody. Go ahead.
Separate out and protect all other Arlington priority programs, as we should, like feeding our community, affordable housing, and public safety, as well as our libraries. These are not DPR issues. The gymnastics budget challenge is a DPR budget challenge that does not and should not impact our other county priorities. When you take this approach, you start to see that you, the board, have choices and you have options within the DPR budget proposal. This budget proposes decreasing gymnastics by $969,000, and at the same time proposes increasing other DPR programs by $3.2 million from current fiscal year amounts. I am pointing this out to you tonight because it is hard to see in the materials DPR has provided. Please look at the proposed increases. You can choose to defer just a few of the proposed increases for 1 year to enable Barcroft to operate at current budget levels, giving the gymnastics community time to work with DPR on a Barcroft solution. I put some proposed options up there for you, and I will also email them to you. I'm not suggesting any reductions or cuts to current DPR programming priorities. I'm only asking you to defer increases in these budgets and hold them at current levels for 1 year. This is a simple, easy way to get to yes and give our community time to work with you on real options that will certainly be a win-win for hundreds of children and our taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Clay, both for your comments and for following up via email. Appreciate it. Dr. Carol Ezel? Ezel, excuse me. Go ahead.
Good evening, County Board members. Thank you for this opportunity and your time tonight. Tonight, I'm going to be presenting a letter from one of the current Arlington Tigers gymnastics coaches. My name is Diego de Lozano, and I have been a gymnastics coach for over 30 years. This is not just a sports activity. I have been fortunate enough to work in different countries with various age groups across both recreational classes and competitive teams. To think that gymnastics is merely a hobby is to misunderstand the sport entirely. This activity shaped me as a person. Since I can remember, I have spent my days in a gym, first as a gymnast and later as a coach. I remember a time when my family's finances were difficult. My coach, who also owned the gym, chose not to simply give me a scholarship to keep training. Instead, he gave me a lesson. He put me in charge of a recreational class for young boys. And while the pay certainly didn't cover my tuition, his goal was different. He told me I had to be responsible and give my absolute best in every single class because those kids waited all week for that class. He taught me that I had the power to change their entire day. That was a profound lesson in responsibility, in being grateful to those who help us, and in always striving to give our maximum effort. Gymnastics provided me with lifelong tools, the resilience to endure difficult times, the courage to face fears and disappointments, and the understanding that there is victory even in loss because it always leaves us with a lesson. As I always tell my gymnasts, I can no longer perform those skills on the high bar or the pommel horse, and my medals are all rusted by now, but I kept the life lessons that helped me become a better person. That experience is exactly what I've always wanted to pass on to my athletes and be a role model. This is what the Arlington Tigers is today, a family. Go Tigers.
Thank you. Mr. Jim Todd is next. Thank you, Dr. Ezell. Mr. Todd.
Hi, thank you for letting us speak. My name is Jim Todd. I'm the president of the Cherrydale Citizens Association. We've heard many, many different people express support for keeping the Cherrydale Library open. I want to talk tonight about the walkability of that library. We just spent 10 years as citizens and as the community and as the county developing Plan Langston Boulevard to transform Langston Boulevard from a speedway for cars coming from elsewhere into a series of interconnected neighborhood main streets. That means it's supposed to be walkable. That means there needs to be things to walk to. We're planning thousands of additional housing units along Langston Boulevard. The area that the library is located in is walkable from Maywood, from Cherrydale, from Waverly Hills, from Old Dominion, from Donaldson Run. And for anyone willing to walk a little bit farther, several other civic associations. Closing that facility will undo the purpose of Langston Boulevard, which is to provide additional amenities and additional reasons for people to want to walk, for developers to be attracted to developing this area. We think Dorothy Ham is right next door. Hundreds and hundreds of children and their families are considered walkers to that school. All those people also do walk to Cherrydale Library. If you look at the library, the parking lot is tiny. The patronage is not. Most people I know that go to the library walk there. Closing the facility would just put more pressure on the county library. I also want to use my remaining few seconds to talk about what a nice, small, intimate experience it is to visit that library. It's a personal interaction with the librarians there. Unfortunately, at the other county main library, the librarians are removed. They're behind desks. They're separated from the patrons. They don't really come into the stacks with you and help you find a book. That's not the experience at Cherrydale Library. It's why I actually think Cherrydale Library is a treasure that we should invite more of Arlington to use, not destroy, because we all know if it's closed now, it will probably never reopen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Todd. Our next speaker is Mr. Nathaniel. Okay. And Sophie Adams Smith and Michael Rendak, if you could come forward to these two front chairs after Nathaniel. Go ahead, Nathaniel.
Hi, my name is Nathaniel Barrington. I'm 26 years old, and I've lived in Arlington for 3.5 years. I'm here to advocate on behalf of Arlington Gymnastics. I came from my last class of the winter session just now. I've got this certificate to prove it. I found Arlington Gymnastics 6 months ago, and it's changed my life in so many ways. I've met so many amazing people. I've grown from the new challenges I've put myself through, the therapy it's provided me through some personal challenges, and the humility it's giving me, knowing and seeing firsthand that every single person in this room who competes in gymnastics is better than me. I'd like to convey to the board that gymnastics is a service that I will gladly pay more for to not only help offset the cost of opportunity for all, but also to continue my journey selfishly at the Barkhoff Center. And given the popularity of adult gymnastics and its course has a tendency to kind of be like a Ticketmaster experience, I believe that the classes in elasticity and cost for adults like myself and in my class should help offset the proposed slash in the program. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barrington, I believe. Sophie Adams Smith. Next, and if Sophie appears, we'll try and fit her in. And Mr. Kushner, I think you're keeping a list of those we pass. Mr. Michael Rendak, sorry.
Hello, my name is Michael, although most people here know me as Misha.
I'm a 16-year-old competing with the team for the past 10 years, and I'm also a junior at TJ High School. Today, we all gather here missing our practice, even though we have US regionals in only less than 4 days. On Friday, we all travel, some of my teammates even on Thursday. As people before me have said, there is so much to learn from attending practice for 20 hours a week. My coaches have taught me dedication, confidence, and much more. When I began, I was not confident. I joined the team not knowing anybody. But through training, I made connections, and I've made friendships that I think will last me long into life. After COVID, I thought about quitting because I didn't think I was good enough. I had injuries, but my coaches and my fellow teammates convinced me to stay on and keep going. Now I'm excited to continue competing and hopefully compete level 10 next year. Men's gymnastics is already underrepresented. Programs like the Arlington Tigers are rare, and there aren't many around us. Longer commute times, different schedules, new teammates, different coaches, equipment, costs, availability, they all limit the already limited choices that we have. But beyond logistics, there's something that's even harder to replace, the community. Everyone here attends practice because they all like their team, and the team cheers them on and keeps going even in moments of hardship. Even every year, we have teammates who come back even though they've graduated from university and high school. They come back to parties to visit us because of how much this program meant to them. When a program like this closes, we don't just lose the gym, we lose the community of coaches that know every athlete and the choice and chance for the next little kid to come through and see that this program is worth sticking around for. This is why I'm asking you to explore every option before making this final. 10 years ago, Barcroft gave me an opportunity I didn't know I needed, and now I'm asking that you guys give Barcroft the opportunity to keep the program alive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rendak. Maximilian Carroll.
Hello, Max is fine. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of the board this evening. I am a recent graduate and I just moved to Arlington about half a year ago. The library has been amazing in helping me feel welcome to the new community. And honestly, when I first moved to my apartment and Wi-Fi wasn't set up, it was instrumental in getting set up for my new job, in paying my bills. I have a laptop, so I could have found another solution, but if I was not fortunate enough to have a laptop, I would not have been able to do these things. A computer in this digital world is a necessity, and not everyone has one. So given that a computer is so important, a library, in my opinion, is not just a place for public recreation. It is a piece of public infrastructure in a digital world. Another concern that comes with the digital world is misinformation from television, social media, the internet, you name it. Libraries are bastions of free information, and they are becoming fewer and further between. So I would strongly recommend against the proposed cuts to the library. It's late, so I'll keep it brief. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Carroll. Max, welcome to Arlington. Next speaker is Rose Kehoe.
Good evening. My husband and I have lived in Arlington over 30 years, and we raised 3 children here. And I can't imagine not have had the library system. We brought our kids, mommy and me, and then, of course, the reading programs during the school year. And it is just a historical gem. In fact, today, my friend and I actually walked to the library to return the book. And we talked about what a sad story it would be if we closed Cherrydale. It's just such a part of our community. And it would be very short-sighted to shut down a library that is so well used by so many different people. I love going in there. I love talking to the librarians. They're so friendly. I love seeing the kids there. I like seeing the middle school kids. I feel the vibe of the gardeners or the weavers or whoever's meeting there. It's just a really nice community feel. And so I'm just here as a longtime Arlington parent and member to say, please keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kehoe. Ernesto Galeas.
Good evening, county members. My name is Ernesto Galeas, and I am a housing organizer for the Legal Aid Justice Centers. We fight for housing justice with renters across Arlington. We hear from Arlington parents who are panicking because they lost a job or have a health crisis, and they can't be on time on the rent. Even worse, they can't find anywhere affordable to move, and they must to tell their children that they had to change school and outgrow their life, leading to a harmful instability for these families. We know the housing grants are essential to make sure that low-income renters, immigrant families, and community of colors are not pushed out of Arlington. Housing grants keep over 1,600 of the lowest income Arlington households from living in fear of the next rent hike. The county board should take care of our most vulnerable neighbors by keeping the program open to all eligible residents these years. If limits must be set, they should be phased in much more slowly to make sure the county takes care of residents at risk of displacement. Arlington County is committed to equity. That means the county must redistribute resources through housing grants to address the severe lack of affordable housing. Because of that, alone will never be enough. However, Arlington must also secure a permanent source of funding for the Affordable Housing Investment Fund and deepen the affordability on committed affordable units. Finally, the county must keep fighting for tools like anti-rent gouging authority to limit drastic rent increases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Galeas. Next speaker is Wilson Bender. Is Mr. Bender here? Yeah.
Unless it's online.
Mr. Wes Rist, or Daryl Rist. Mr. John Musso, are you here virtually, Mr. Musso?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the County Board. John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Arlington Chamber, I first want to thank the County Board, county staff, and the County Manager for their hard work so far on this budget. As we have discussed this evening so far and have heard, this does require a lot of difficult choices, so we do very much thank you all for your hard work thus far. I will be speaking on some of the Chamber's requests in Thursday's hearing, but I just want to articulate one specific request we do have for the budget, and that is restoring the principal planner position in the Community Planning and Housing Development Department, CPHD, that is proposed to be eliminated. As staff continue to implement the policies from the Commercial Market Resiliency Initiative, which is an initiative that the Chamber and so many members of the community strongly support, it is crucial for CPHD to have the adequate resources and staff to enact this initiative and other crucial major development projects that are coming down the pipeline in Arlington County. Appropriating the approximately $167,000 needed to retain this position would generate a positive return on county investment that would be multiple times greater than that allotment. Furthermore, we urge the County Board to approach other reductions in positions or funding in CPHD or Arlington Economic Development with a mindset of promoting positions or funds that generate returns on investment for Arlington County and generate returns for our commercial tax revenue. We recognize this year's budget presents tough decisions, and we thank the county for their hard work thus far, and so we strongly urge you all to consider retaining this principal planner position. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musso. Next speaker. While we wait for it to come up, I'll try and call the next couple, Dr. Scott Kasoni, Ahmed El-Kaishan, Kai Brown. So are any of the three of you here, Dr. Kasoni, Ahmed, or Kai? We got one. I think that's Ms. Brown. Do I have that correct? Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kai Brown. I'm 16 years old, and I've been a part of the Arlington Aerials program for about 7 years. I've always been into gymnastics, but when I was about 9, my mom finally got me into the Barcroft recreational classes, where I advanced until COVID shut it down. When the program reopened, I tried out for the aerials program, and I've moved up from bronze to platinum since then. This gym holds a special place in my heart because it gave me the ability to focus on a sport that I am passionate about. Thousands of youth participants rely on this program to be able to practice the sport they love. Gymnastics builds strength, flexibility, coordination, balance, while also building confidence, self-esteem, concentration, and character. It forces people to push themselves past their limits physically and mentally. The Barcroft facility matters because it provides a reliable space that gymnasts trust. By getting rid of this gym, it displaces thousands. They won't receive the support needed to succeed in gymnastics. Other gyms are more expensive, may not have the space, and are much farther away. Finding an alternative gym is near impossible for students here and their working parents whose time would be spent driving to and from practice while managing important high school years. It takes away time from homework and breaks up teams and close friends we have made over the years. Closing this gym would end my gymnastics career as well as many others. No other gymnastics program will have more skilled, trustworthy, dedicated coaches than the ones that we have here at Barcroft. So please do not take one of the best parts of my life away. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Next speaker is Mr. Ken Rosenberg. Mr. Rosenberg. I think I would see him, and I think you would all see him too. The next speaker is Shahia Chen. Come on up. So I'll name out a few more speakers where this often happens. The closer we get to 10 o'clock, the more folks who've said they've heard others make some of the points that they wish. So we've got Rowan, Ruth, Laura Kim, and Monica Maxwell-Pagel. If you all could come up. We'll start with Rowan. Is Rowan here?
Hi, I already went with my friend, but I wanted to play a video for this turn, but it's not working right now, so.
Okay. I think we received a video, and some of us have already watched it, and some of us have it on our list to watch it. So thank you, Rowan. Ruth? There you go. Go ahead, Ruth, and you may want to move just a little closer to the mic if you can. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ruth Wilson. I'm a level 3 gymnast at Barcroft, and this is my speech. If I had never went to this gym, things would be so different, and I would have never met the people that cheered me on at meets. And if you close this gym, you wouldn't just be affecting the gymnasts, it would affect our coaches and the whole community, and probably more people. Also, I am just a kid, so I probably don't get all the numbers in the budget perfectly, but there is something I understand perfectly. You collected $1.6 billion in taxes, and now you claim you can't afford a few $100,000 for thousands of kids to experience some of the best facilities, coaches, and teammates, and skills in the world. And that is why I know that you should not close this gym. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. In the course of every evening, especially there's times for exceptions, please give her a verbal applause. And that's not meant to say that we're promising we're going to do everything everyone would wish, but we're listening, and certainly thank you, Ruth, for your testimony. So now we'll go on to Laura Kim. Is Laura Kim in the room? Next, Monica Maxwell-Pagel.
Laura Kim is with us on the line.
Oh, virtual?
Correct.
Ms. Kim, sorry.
Hello. Yes, no worries. Hello, good evening, Mr. Chair, esteemed members of the board. First off, I want to say I am in awe of the wide range of ages and walks of life of Arlingtonians that we have I've heard from this evening. I've been captured by everybody's stories. And in my testimony, I'm hoping to include one other voice that have been present, but I want to highlight, and that is the perspective of people with disabilities who live in Arlington. I work at the Independence Center of Northern Virginia, which is a center for independent living, led by people with disabilities, for people with disabilities, who help support them to live independently in their own communities. We run a number of trainings, supports, including support groups that we operate out of Gillingham Place and Arlington Free Clinic. The Arlington Free Clinic is specifically for our Spanish-speaking members, residents of Arlington. And all of this is really great and much needed, but would be meaningless if people did not have a stable housing. And so tonight, I want to keep it short. I would just ask that you reconsider the proposal to cut the funding for affording Arlington housing grants to keep our members living in their community so they can live in their homes and participate fully in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell-Pagel. Next speaker. Oops, sorry.
That was Laura Kim.
Oh, my apologies, Ms. Kim. And now I think it's Ms. Maxwell-Pagel. Is that correct?
Yes.
My apologies, Ms. Kim. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on housing grants. I'll get that correct. Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. Over to Ms. Maxwell-Pagel.
Thank you. When I was a child, I was aware that my three brothers had a range of opportunities to train and participate in sports. I had none. This was before the landmark Title IX legislation took effect. How fortunate I was to find that the door had opened for my two daughters. When I discovered the gymnastics program, at the time housed at Gunston Middle School, I enrolled them in gymnastics, pre-K classes for my youngest, boys classes for my son, and aerials team for my oldest, who, by the way, remained on the team throughout high school and became a 4-year Division I collegiate student athlete. Sports and fitness proved integral in the development of all three of my children. When I learned that the county planned to build a new community center that would house the gymnastics program, I volunteered to serve as a citizen on the charrette that looked at various sites, met with community members through neighborhood associations, conducted research, met with gymnastics professionals, sat in on meetings with the design team, and worked closely with Arlington County staff members. We presented our findings to the county board for final approval. After years of planning and preparation, the Barcroft Community Center opened and the gymnastics program boomed. As you can see, tremendous diligence and care brought this center and program to reality. How profoundly disappointing it is to me that a plan is afoot to wipe out this tremendous resource. Even though I no longer have children in the gymnastics program, I fully support keeping the program alive so that other families can benefit from the opportunities afforded my family and denied me during the pre-Title IX era. We owe it to our children, our girls, our boys, our special needs children to support them whether we currently participate or not.
Thank you.
That's what community is in Arlington.
Thank you, Ms. Maxwell-Pagel. Ms. Regina Wong, are you there, Ms. Wong?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm here today to ask the county board to please reconsider the proposed freeze of TJ Woodshop. I understand that you're facing very difficult budget decisions ahead, but I am urging the board to explore alternative options to keep the woodshop open. TJ Woodshop is an invaluable shared resource in our community. For car-free apartment renters like my husband and me, we lack the space and, frankly, the resources to purchase high-quality woodworking equipment ourselves. TJ Woodshop is a flexible, transit-accessible studio where we can be creative and get to know others in our community. Having this shared space makes a meaningful difference in the quality of life that we enjoy in Arlington County. Since taking his first class at TJ Woodshop, my husband has furnished our home with homemade cutting boards, candlesticks, storage boxes, bowls, and a plant stand. A year-long suspension of TJ Woodshop would mean we lose access to this activity entirely. Pausing the program risks the equipment falling into disrepair, meaning that this intended cost-cutting measure actually can defer and potentially incur even greater cost. While I understand that the board may not be able to continue funding the woodshop at the same level it has in previous years, I'd like to suggest a few alternatives, which I've also emailed to you, for keeping it open with less reliance on tax support. 1, increase fees for independent study sessions and add more weekly sessions overall. 2, offer monthly or annual passes for independent study, similar to how residents can buy passes to the Arlington County Aquatic Centers. 3, establish a volunteer proctor program where woodworking students can be trained to supervise the woodshop during independent study in exchange for studio time of their own. These are just starting points as proposals, but I hope the board considers working directly with the appropriate stakeholders to keep TJ Woodshop open. Lastly, I'd like to voice my support for the library system. I've lived in many places and libraries have always been a sanctuary for me. The Arlington Public Library is truly one of the best. Please don't cut their budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Wong. Next speaker. Next.
Hi, can you hear? Is Alex Marvick, followed by Ms. Talia Schultz.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Marvick.
Hi, thank you. Good evening. My name is Alex Marvick, and I'm here today to oppose the county manager's proposal to freeze the Thomas Jefferson Community Center woodshop in fiscal year 27. A little bit about me. I first got into woodworking back in high school over a decade ago. I found it a therapeutic and creative pursuit that has inspired me to build things. It's influenced my decision to pursue engineering as a career. When I found out that Arlington had community classes for woodworking, I jumped on the opportunity to come back and learn new skills. These helped reignite my creative juices, as building small projects helped inspire bigger ones. Needless to say, woodworking has been a profound and impactful part of my life. I walked into our independent study sessions and saw people of all ages making various things that they are proud of, including bowls with different types of woods to add a colorful spark, or outdoor chairs that look like they could be sold at an IKEA store. There's nothing quite like going into a room and being inspired by everything I've seen people make with their hands and the intricate machinery that's taken a long time to master. From talking with others in the shop, many have also found building things in the woodshop to be therapeutic. The process of building things can often be slow, but it teaches us to be patient and appreciate every little detail that goes into our work. This woodshop has fostered a community of eager learners looking for a meaningful hobby for over 30 years, with significant financial investment during that time. Having this has been one of the major benefits in Arlington that has greatly enhanced the public quality of life. This service has made woodworking more accessible, as many folks in our area don't have the ability or space to purchase the equipment necessary to have their own woodworking studios. In addition, we've all been able to come together as a community to learn invaluable skills, make friends, and support each other in the process. Pausing this program would disrupt this community and take away a shared space for creativity, progress, and the simple satisfaction of building something meaningful together. It would destroy momentum that's taken decades to build. So we want to work together with the staff and the county board to figure out creative solutions in order to keep the TJ Woodshop operating and continuing a 30+ year tradition of success. Thank you for listening. While I have a little bit of time left, I also want to quickly share my support for the Cherrydale Library and Arlington Gymnastics. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marvick, for adding at the end and for your comments. Next speaker. For those, we've surpassed the 100 that we were shooting as our goal. There may be a person or two in the audience that does not know we are certainly going to continue the public hearing to Thursday night, but we will keep going at least through another 5 speakers. Just for awareness, and I have to check it with our attorney, if you have not spoken and plan to speak tonight but cannot make it on Thursday, please raise your hand. Okay. All right. We'll check it with our attorney. That's about 5 people. The goal is legally to enable those people who are here to speak to get to speak, but we have to go in order as well. So we'll do 5 more speakers while we figure out what in fact we can do. Go ahead, ma'am.
In addition to all that Arlington County firefighters have done for the citizens of Arlington, they bravely served our country 25 years ago when the Pentagon was attacked on September 11, 2001. I found photos of some of them to share. These heroes stepped up again when our country was in the COVID-19 pandemic lockdowns. These first responders still came to work before there were vaccines, putting their lives on the line to help anyone in an emergency, even if that person was likely contagious. Of all the county employees, I think they should have earned the honor by now of being treated with respect by having their budget fully funded, rather than cutting Rescue 102 to save money. And why is keeping Rescue 102 important? These are the people who get you out of a crashed car when you're trapped, or a stuck elevator, or if there's a construction site collapse, just to name a few examples. Everyone on the rescue is also at least an EMT, maybe a paramedic, and they may be the one that saves your life in a medical emergency. Rescue 109 helps in a hazardous materials emergency. They have lots of needed supplies in both trucks, and they are full. Combining these into one is a terrible idea. You want this county to have both the Rescue 102 and 109 vehicles. As you know, Arlington County is home to several important locations and many high-rise buildings. There could easily be a need for more than one at the same time. You may think that you could get one from another county to fill in, but guess what? Fairfax County cut some of their rescue trucks too. And when every second counts, you don't want to have to wait for them to travel from elsewhere, especially with the terrible traffic around here. I won't even go into how both rescues could be needed if there was a large event, God forbid. Not only do you want to fund the rescues, you want to keep all the firefighters with that specialized training in those vehicles. Please take this opportunity to keep both rescue vehicles while you can, instead of regretting it later. That you would cut any money from this department seems kind of offensive, not only to those who've given so much to serve this county, but everyone, including me, who appreciates all they've done for Arlington County and for our country too. Please keep money in the budget for both Rescue 102 and 109. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And conveniently, you fit under the 2 minutes because we just didn't start the clock. So, but you did fit under the 2 minutes, and thank you for sharing. No, it's no problem. And thank you to your colleague.
There's another speaker.
Yes. So, who is our next speaker?
Next speaker is Hillel Schultz.
Go ahead, sir.
Please don't cut the heavy rescue truck. The less rescue trucks there are, the more people can die in car crashes. They also do hazmat rescues. A lot of normal fire trucks. Not a lot of normal fire trucks can do hazmat and save people in car crashes. Please don't cut the heavy rescue truck.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you both. I believe we have a prior speaker virtually who has come, and that's Mr. Nizar. If we want to go back to him, what's your last name, sir?
Farsak.
Farsak, okay. Are you okay, Mr. Kushner, with having that speaker?
I would suggest that perhaps we run through all of the overlooked speakers and ensure that none others are on the line. Mr. Farsak among them.
So go ahead with Mr. Farsak and then see from there.
Thank you. I'll try to stay composed. So today we heard what Arlington means to the people who actually live here. You heard from young Arlingtonians whose lives are being shaped in our gyms, libraries, parks, and public programs. You heard from older residents to people who came to love this county because it gave them the community, belonging, and room to grow. What we heard today is that Arlington is not just a zip code. It's not just convenience. It is home. That is what is at stake in this budget. I urge you to be fully present to what it means to strike funding for the very spaces and programs that make Arlington a community, while maintaining relationships with corporations that see Arlington as nothing more than market, a contract, and a profit opportunity. As elected representatives, you are here to carry our concerns, our values, and our interests. That is why it is so difficult to understand any investment or even any partnership with companies tied to war, surveillance, and repression. Companies like RTX, Elbit Systems, and Amazon represent a model for profit over people. They do not nurture young gymnasts. They do not build community and libraries. They do not make Arlington a place people cherish. They profit from systems of violence, control, and dispossession. Arlington for Palestine is working through the Arlington Apartheid Divestment Campaign to demand a public ethics policy that ends county collaboration with entities complicit in genocide, systemic racism, and human rights abuses. But beyond any campaign, the basic question before you is simple. What do our tax dollars stand for? They should stand for the values we heard as clearly today. They should fund parks, gymnastics, libraries, and the public spaces that make Arlington home. Because if you choose corporate profit, investment, in debt over these priorities, you will not just cut a line item. You will crush the hearts of the very young Arlingtonians you just heard today and spoke with hope about this county, what this county means to them. You will be telling them that their dreams do not matter, their community and their future are less than the interests of companies that do not live here and do not love this place and do not serve this people. Please choose Arlington children, Arlington's families, and Arlington's values. Thank you.
Mike's off. Thank you, Mr. Farsad. And thank you for being patient as we came back to you. I think I'm Mr. Clerk, in your hands as to other virtual speakers we may have passed. I can also go ahead to our next speakers if you want to move me forward. Up to you.
Yeah, I would recommend that we at this point do a pass of anyone who was overlooked throughout the evening. I have a list of 10 odd speakers, so I'd be happy to go through them real quick. Starting with speaker number 70, Mr. Hossein. Going once, going twice. Moving next to speaker number 71, Theo Saavedra. Going once, going twice.
Yeah, got it. Okay.
Speaker number 88, Sophie Adams-Smith. Going once, going twice. Speaker number 93, Wilson Bender. Going once, going twice. Speaker number 94, Mr. Darrell Wes Rist. Going once, going twice. Speaker number 96, Dr. Scott Cassoni. Going once, going twice. 97, Ahmed Elkinshine. Going once, going twice. 99, Ken Rosenberg. Going once, going twice. And finally, speaker number 100, Shija Chen.
Shija Chen is
who is on the line.
Is it Miss Chen?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. My name is Shija Chen. I'm here today to urge you to reject the proposed cuts to our library system. First, I would like to thank the county manager and staff for the clear presentation of the proposed budget. I understand the challenges that we face when putting together the budget this year and really appreciate the efforts in finding savings everywhere to add up to the 10 million proposed cuts, including closing the Cherrydale Library and reducing library resources. I also appreciate the perspectives from many speakers before me. Ms. Cynthia Hilton and Mrs. Allison Davis Holland commented on the ROI of our funding into the library system. And I watched from the YouTube stream that Mr. Patrick Oberholzer reminded us the important role that the library plays in shaping an educated population. And many more shared their personal stories. I just would like to add that when proposing a saving number just under 500,000, we are refusing to consider the unquantifiable externality brought by the library. And further, shifting services elsewhere does not really replace what is lost. It fragments access and disproportionately impacts those who rely on proximity and familiarity. A lot of us mentioned the walkability. The closest library branch to me actually is the courthouse library downstairs from the room you're in. And I use both this library and the central library. I believe many in the Cherrydale neighborhood do the same. And the Cherrydale library is not a nice to have facility. If our goal here is to preserve core services, then libraries, especially neighborhood branches like Cherrydale, are exactly what we should protect. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Chen. I see hands. Can you provide any guidance on the hands, or are we good with online speakers at this point, Mr. Kushner?
We have gone through all the speakers who have not been called, so I would say we can pick back up with the order. Ultimately, your call.
Great. So I have a motion that the lawyer has mentioned. We're going to, yeah, that's, the motion is going to cover that. Thank you. So the 5 or so people, we're not going to do, we're going to do an honor test here, but the 5 or 7 people who cannot make it on Thursday, I'm going to offer a motion that is going to allow you to speak. And those who can come on Thursday, we're going to ask you to come on Thursday. And then we're going to do, after the 4 or 5 people, we're not going to take any further in the list. We're just going to take the next 4 or 5 people who cannot come on Thursday, and then we're going to continue the hearing because we had a total of 162 folks who are speaking. So, and that's sort of an honor test. I thought I saw 4 to 6 people. So this is a motion. I'll need a second. Colleagues, since you haven't heard it before, I'll go ahead and make it, and then we can have a second and we can discuss it if you have any logistical questions. I move that the county board amend for purposes of this hearing the 2026 county board CIP budget and tax rate meeting procedures to take the speakers out of order that cannot attend the carryover portion of this hearing, which will be on Thursday, March 26, 2026. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, that has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussions or questions on the logistics, which I'm fully open to? I'm just trying to do it the fairest way that I can think of. Colleagues are all good. Therefore, all those in favor of this motion say aye.
Aye.
That passes. So the 4, if the folks who are only able to speak on Thursday could, if some of the gymnasts in this front 2 or 3 rows could sort of give them space, if those who are unable to make it on Thursday could come to these front 2 or 3 rows, that would be great. I think, you know, there's the posters, the ones in front, and Ms. Powers, if you guys could kind of give space. That's not to say that the young lady can't speak tonight. She is going to count as one of those who can speak tonight and not on Thursday. That's just the way this chair interprets that rule. So that would be, I see the 4 to 6 people who are.
And I think the people raising their hands online were likely.
Sure, thank you very much. And that will cover the folks online. Those who want to stay can. You've seen a lot of your friends testify. If you walk out, none of us is going to be offended. You're welcome, however, to stay. So we're going to start with this young lady, and then we're going to ask the rest. Please do say your name. We're then going to ask the rest of the in-person speakers who need to speak tonight to speak afterwards. But first, this young lady and maybe her mom, I'm guessing, could share her name with us.
Yes. Hi, I'm Kirsten Braun, and this is Agnes Braun. We were actually next on the list, amazingly. She is a 4th grader at Escuela Key Elementary and a gymnast on the aerial gymnast. And I will tell you, I started out as a reluctant gymnast mom. She badgered me relentlessly to get her into gymnastics. And coming out of COVID, it was next to impossible to get a spot. We spent over 2 years on the dynamic wait list. We tried to get into Barcroft. And ultimately, to get herself in a gymnastics class, she created herself a checklist of all of the skills she needed to make the aerials. And she worked out daily. She did V-ups and push-ups and pull-ups and figured it out. In order to get onto the team. And so I was absolutely gobsmacked to then hear that this program was on the cutting block. I had no idea there was a problem. I don't think any of us had any idea there was a problem. And then right after that, there was a presentation by the county manager that described this program with bulky equipment and an empty gym and declining enrollment. And none of it sounds like anything I've learned about since having a gymnast, where I go into the gym and I watch dozens and dozens of gymnasts all working on the same equipment, sharing the equipment, cycling through a completely dynamic, engaged environment where every kid is sitting there, is working diligently and absolutely working on their skills, and they know what they want to do to improve. I will tell you, it's past bedtime for a lot of these kids, and they've been sitting quietly for over 3.5 hours. And that's the same diligence they show in the gym, is they sit there and they work and they think about it. But if you're there and you see them working, it's like a whole different experience. Really, there are parents who are dying to get their kids into gymnastics. My older one was a pre-COVID rec gymnast kid. And if you talk to kids her age, they've all cycled through Barcroft. There may be a small number of kids at any point in time who were in a rec class. It used to be bigger, but it was relatively small. But kids cycle through that program and they learn balance, they learn to do their first cartwheels, their first handstands. And it's a huge part of the community. I do have one who's stuck with it more, and I would love it to stay. So please, we'd love to work with you. We don't want to be back next year. We want to make this a sustainable program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Braun, and thank you, Kirsten. Next speaker will have to sort of figure it through. Judge Lopez.
I had 3 minutes. May I have 2 minutes and 30 seconds?
We didn't account for that, but I think the motion's broad enough. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Well, good to see you. Some of you know me, some of you do not. My name is Daniel Lopez. I am one of the 4 circuit court judges here in Arlington County. I've served on Restorative Arlington since inception. I'm on the board of directors, and I'm here to ask you to fund the Commonwealth's request for restorative practices that this county, that this board has been dedicated to since its inception. I ask you to do this for 2 reasons. The first reason is that the Heart of Safety program is making great strides. From 2020 to 2023, the program struggled because of the, I would suggest to you, because the police department would not buy on, although they told us they would in the MOU, specifically the chief of police. Now we learn that it is his personal opinion that adult violent offenders should not be referred to this program. And neither should misdemeanors or felonies that involve any kind of violence. In spite of that, the Commonwealth stepped in and they referred cases, these specific types of cases, to our program. And these cases have been remarkably successful since 2023. Since that, we've had 8 successful cases with 0 repeat offenses in 2023. In 2024, that number jumped to 17, 113% growth rate. By 2025, we reached 26 cases, another 53% increase. And this is data that were cases were not minor cases, spray painting, graffiti, et cetera. These were serious cases involving serious incidents. Between 2023 and 2025, 52% of our cases involved juveniles, while 48% involved adults. Our most common charges were serious assault and batteries, where there was real harm to individuals. That was 19% of the cases, followed up by assault by mob cases, which were 17%, and robbery by force, which were 9%. Despite the complexity of these cases, 4 out of 5 referred to us were completed successfully. And what does this mean? The harm was addressed, the victim's needs were addressed, recidivism was reduced. The person that reduced the harm participated in meaningful discussions and in meaningful actions to restore the victim and to repair the harm. And most impressively, felony cases have had a higher success rate at 81% over misdemeanors. Every one of these successful completions represents a massive savings for the county. We're spending less on housing, feeding, supervising defendants, and hours of time spent in court for prosecutors, law enforcement in court, sheriff supervision, and courtroom personnel. And secondly, this is something the county voted for, not only in electing you all, but in electing the county attorney twice. She ran on this platform, she won twice, and we're asking you to fund her budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Lopez. Are there others? Yes, I'm kind of working through this group. If you could state your name.
Sure.
Go ahead.
My name is Marty Sendek, and I am a longtime Arlington County resident.
Mr. Sendek, just to clarify, because we're going to go through everyone who cannot speak on Thursday, did you sign up to speak for 2 or 3 minutes?
I signed up to speak for 3 minutes. I'll only need 2.
That's great, but you would have the 3 because we can't.
I'm not going to need
Go
the
ahead.
whole 3.
Yeah.
I'm a longtime Arlington County resident.
Yep.
And when I came to Arlington County, it was terrific. Loved every minute of it. My daughter is an Arlington County gymnast. I had another daughter who was a recreational gymnast. And I work for you guys. For the past 36 years, I have been a coach at Arlington Gymnastics. Now, there's a lot of emotion about these subjects. I'm going to back off that emotion. I could get emotional because of the background I have, but there are unemotional reasons that merit retention. Point 1, pure economics supports this. Gymnastics program has a high demand, a consistent cash flow, and established infrastructure. It has been profitable in the past, and it will be profitable in the future. DPR says it's not profitable. Well, maybe. I know from personal standpoint, when my daughter was in the program, you guys gave us money back. We were essentially printing money. We'll get there again. And when I say we, I'm talking about the Arlington County Gymnastics family. It can be done. There are proposals out there. I'm not going to go over each and every one of those, but it's possible. Second point, this program provides necessary services. Now, you've seen that tonight, some of these necessary services. We've seen a lot of the team. I've coached thousands of classes. In those classes, we see kids sometimes that move on to team and sometimes don't. And there are times when I get a parent who says, you know, thank you so much for bringing my daughter out of her shell. Or in other instances, they don't admit this, but halfway through, you know, he's on the spectrum. And I'm like, I kind of figured that out. But you work with them. They're not in adaptive, but they're on meds. And we're working with them. We're taking care of your kids, not literally, but maybe literally. I don't know how many you have. But we are, and that's essential. You don't see as many of the class issues, but it's equally as important. Finally, I have a military background. Inherent to sound leadership is working the problem. Give us a chance to work this problem. It's solvable. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sendig. Who's left who needs to speak? Sorry, go ahead. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that front row we're closing the deal for this, and then we'll get the people online, and we'll start with you. Sir, can you share your name for us, please?
My name is Reagan Lester.
Okay, Mr. Lester, and I'll trust our clerk to get that. And go ahead and I don't know if you're 2 or 3 minutes, but go ahead and speak.
I did have a 3-minute slot. Good evening. My name is Reagan Lester. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a level 7 Arlington Tigers gymnast. I started gymnastics when I was 3, and I joined classes at Barcroft when I was 4 years old. I tried out for the Tigers when I was 6 and didn't make the team. But I came back the next year, tried again, and earned my spot. After my first competition season, I knew I was hooked. Because my dad is in the Navy, I moved across the country and trained at gyms in California and Rhode Island. I've seen how different programs operate, and I can confidently say that Barcroft is unlike anything else. We didn't have to come back to Arlington. My dad isn't even technically stationed here. But we chose to come back largely because of Barcroft and the Arlington Tigers. We knew there was nothing nearby that could compare. Barcroft isn't just one of the best equipped gyms in the area, it's also home to an incredible community. From the very beginning, that stood out to me. Whether it's athletes supporting each other, coaches investing in every individual, or friendships across different programs, Barcroft creates a true sense of belonging, and not all gyms are like that. In some gyms, athletes compete against each other instead of supporting each other. In others, programs focus on profit over development. But the gyms that truly succeed, the ones that build both strong athletes and strong people, are the ones with a real sense of community, and Barcroft is one of those gyms. Here, every athlete is given the opportunity to grow, not just the most naturally talented. Recreational athletes are just as valued as competitive athletes, and they have something to look forward to. It's a place where goals feel possible, no matter where you start. If Barcroft closes, that doesn't just mean losing a building. It means losing a community that can't be replaced. There are very few gyms in this area that can support both recreational and competitive athletes, and many of us would be forced to travel long distances or stop gymnastics altogether. Years of hard work, relationships, and personal growth would be completely lost. I understand that budget decisions are difficult, but before closing a program like this, I ask that you fully explore every possible alternative. Because once a community like Barcroft is gone, it cannot be rebuilt. Barcroft has given me, and so many others, not just a place to train, but a place to grow, to belong, and to succeed. Please keep Barcroft open, not just for the athletes here today, but for the ones who haven't had the chance to discover it yet. Thank you. And I would also like to note, with my remaining time, that me and most of my fellow athletes aren't going to be here on Thursday because we're going to the regional competition where hopefully some of us can qualify and go to the Eastern National Competition and represent Arlington. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lester. Without committing to a budget decision, we all wish you good luck. Next speaker, sir.
Robert Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
All right. Hello, my name is Robert Fisher. I've lived in Arlington for 21 years, and I'm here to ask you to save Arlington Gymnastics. Others have already explained why this is the right decision, and I want to echo what our treasurer said earlier. This parent community is ready to work with you to help build a vibrant and lasting gymnastics program in Arlington. My 9-year-old daughter spent 2 years trying to get into the aerials program. Since joining last summer, we've seen her grow into a more confident, engaged, and proud version of herself while making new friends with girls all across Arlington. There is no equivalent gymnastics program in this area. We have looked, and it is clear we would need to go to other far-out counties, try to find a private gym with no assurance that there would actually be any space for us. And as a volunteer coach for many Arlington youth sports for my 3 children, I truly believe that it matters when our young athletes wear Arlington on their uniforms. That builds community, pride, and a stronger sense of belonging. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Next speaker.
My name's William Terzakin.
William
Terzakin.
Terzakin? I'll let the clerk find it. Do you know if you signed up for 3 or 2 minutes?
3 minutes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Terzakin. William?
The entire county board, thank you for allowing me to speak to you tonight. My name is Will Terzakin, and I've been an Arlington Tiger for 8 years. I'm also a volunteer in the adaptive gymnastics program. I'm a level 10 gymnast. I am at the highest level in the USA Gymnastics Developmental Program, and I'm also a 2-time finalist at nationals. Next year, I will compete for the United States Military Academy at West Point, a Division I gymnastics program. I have my coaches, the Arlington Tigers, and you, the county board, to thank for reaching this level, and I will forever be grateful. For my teammates and me, gymnastics is not a hobby or a fun activity we do from time to time. At the upper levels, we train 20 hours a week, 12 months a year. The Arlington Tigers at every level has had a lot of success. We have gymnasts on the Virginia State Elite Team. We have won individual and team awards at state, regional, and national meets, including many finishes in the top 3. Although this success has contributed to the respect we receive from other programs, which you can see in all the letters and messages of support we have received recently, I know that we have also earned this respect because of how we conduct ourselves. Our coaches have taught us discipline, teamwork, and good sportsmanship, things that I know will stay with me long after I graduate high school. We have also learned what it means to be part of a community. Barcroft has been our home away from home, a positive and supportive place we love to go to. As teammates, we help each other, and as leaders, we show less experienced gymnasts in both the competitive and rec programs what they can achieve if they keep going. And as volunteers and workers, our role in the adaptive gymnastics program has helped make a positive impact on our community. I could go on and on about how exceptional our program is, but how much it means to everyone involved. But because we're on limited time, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. Gymnastics is more than just a sport. It's a foundation for success in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Terzakin, and you fit into the 2 minutes. So thank you so much. Next, ma'am, go ahead. Just share your name. And for those online, we're coming to you. We have one more speaker after this speaker in person, and then we'll come to you online. Go ahead. What's your name? And then go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Amelia Buchek, and I signed up for 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
Good
Amelia.
evening. My name is Amelia Buchek, and I am currently a junior in high school who was born and raised in Arlington, Virginia. I did gymnastics at Barcroft from when I was a toddler until the summer before 8th grade. Although I stopped competitive gymnastics, I was not ready to leave the gym and community I'd come to love. This is when my previous coach suggested I look into volunteering as an adapted gymnastics coach. I loved the idea and thought it was a good way to stay involved. But when I showed up for the first time in October of 2022, I had no idea the impact this program would have on my life. I started out as a volunteer, and after 2 years, I became a staff member. Over the past 4 years, I have gotten to see how the adapted gymnastics program can change people's lives. I work with a participant who has been there all 4 years I have been, and I've seen him grow so much. When he first arrived at gymnastics, unlike most participants, his mom joined him. This is because in his day-to-day life, he uses a wheelchair, but did not use it during class. His mom would join us each week and help hold him up and carry him when necessary. One of my favorite memories of him at gymnastics is seeing him on the trampoline. His mom would fully hold him in her arms and jump down the tumble track. I have never seen anyone smile as much as he does when he is on the trampoline. His smile covers his entire face. His story is even more remarkable because I continue to work with him to this day. But now his mom does not need to do the class with us. He holds our hands while we walk from station to station and is able to participate more fully because of all the hard work he has put in at adapted gymnastics and at his own physical therapy. It has been so amazing to see the significant improvement and know that adapted gymnastics is part of the reason for that. Additionally, through my time coaching, I've also met many amazing other staff members who were also gymnasts. I even found 2 of my closest friends. Adapted gymnastics has allowed me to explore passions I previously did not know I had, such as working with kids and adults with developmental disabilities. Since I started coaching, I've joined other programs such as Best Buddies and LARSH, which also focus on empowering people with disabilities. Because Adapted taught me my passions, I plan to major in nursing and minor in special education in college. This program does not just train gymnasts, it inspires people like me to be our community's future nurses and special education teachers. Overall, it would be a disservice to the gymnastics community to close Barcroft. You aren't just closing a gym, you are taking away a family. Closing it would take away not only amazing tea programs and rec classes, but also adapted gymnastics, which has changed and will continue to change the lives of so many if given the opportunity. Taking away programs like adapted gymnastics hurts the people we should be trying to help the most. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Puzik. What's your name, ma'am?
Hi, my name is Blen Burhanu.
Glenn
Burhanu, yeah.
Barhanig? Hang on just a second. One more time for the.
32 on the screen.
Oh,
Burhanu.
thank you very much, Vice Chair Coffey. So, Belen, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Blen. I'm 13 years old and I'm a level 6 gymnast with the Arlington Aerials. I came to the United States when I was 4 years old with my parents and my brother. We came here for a better opportunity and a better life. We settled a few blocks away from Arlington Aerials gym without knowing that that would be my future. When I stepped into the Arlington Aerials gym for the first time at 4 years old, I felt a feeling I've never felt before. It was a feeling more than happiness. It was wanting to go there every day. I remember jumping up and down after putting on my first leotard and eagerly waiting for my class to start. Any time we passed by the gym, I would stare out the window wondering when my next class would be. It's been well over 9 years now and I'm currently a level 6 gymnast, something I never thought I would be able to do. That feeling that I felt every day since I was 4 years old still lives inside of me today. Going to practice is the highlight of my day when I'm feeling down. Gymnastics is a passion and a commitment, something that you can't pull away from people who have dedicated so much time and energy to do. Taking it away won't only affect us currently, but will affect the generation behind us. It would be crushing our future with scholarships and opportunities for greater things. It's a sport where you can escape reality, flipping, turning, and twisting. You focus on your skills and the techniques, getting ready for the season, the adrenaline shooting through your system before saluting the judges, and the emotions you feel after seeing your score on the big screen. Taking that away will take away all the memories that we have made in this very gym, the day we all walked through those doors and knew this would be our future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Belen. I think, and leave it to you, Mr. Clerk, are there any more in-person speakers? Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Can you share with us, I know you share with the clerk, your name so that we all know it?
Yeah, my name is Rebecca Hantman.
And we will let you move it up just a little bit.
Just a little.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. My name is Rebecca Hantman, and I've coached gymnastics at Barcroft for the past 17 years. Over the past 17 years, I've witnessed thousands of kids come through our program. Many spend their entire childhood with us. I've had the privilege of seeing kids I met at age 4 or 5 years old turn into college students, young professionals, or high school athletes still training with us today. There's so much I could say in support of our program, but I'll focus on a few key points. Before Barcroft, I trained and coached at a club in Charlottesville, Virginia. I am a direct product of that pipeline. I worked alongside former teammates, and that model created strong coaches. It also created a reliable staffing pipeline and consistency in how our athletes were trained, as we all came from the same philosophy. We can and should do the same at Barcroft. We need to preserve the full Barcroft program. Our track record shows that when we are fully staffed and supported, we fill the space and maintain wait lists. Partial cuts won't stabilize the program. They will accelerate its decline. Reducing one side of the gym or just cutting the team may sound reasonable, but it sets off a chain reaction that ultimately shrinks the program beyond recovery. I want to give a shout out to our men's team, which is especially important. Men's gymnastics is an endangered sport, and Barcroft has built a program that is, in every sense of the word, thriving, growing, well-led, and producing athletes with exceptional skill levels and character. Eliminating it would have an impact beyond Arlington. All of our competitive teams as a whole sustain the entire program. They provide a clear pathway that keeps families engaged long-term. What may begin as a recreational class becomes something more meaningful when athletes see what is possible. Gymnastics is unique in what it demands and what it gives back. It requires a degree of focus, consistency, and year-round commitment that you only see in other sports at the professional level. In return, it gives our youth something rare, the experience of pushing past what they believed their limits were and discovering what they are truly capable of. In a world of instant gratification, this is a place where progress is earned. Success is clear and achievable, but only through years of effort, perseverance, and dedication. There are no buttons to push, no shortcuts to take. Lastly, this program must remain inclusive. Gymnastics should be accessible to athletes of all abilities. The adapted program is essential to ensuring that every athlete has access to these benefits and opportunities for growth. This program has served Arlington for nearly 50 years. The current challenges are recent and solvable. I urge you to preserve this program and explore solutions that allow it to continue to grow.
Thank you, Ms. Hantman. Now we'll go to our virtual speakers. Mr. Kushner, if there are virtual speakers online, go ahead.
We do have a couple of virtual folks. We will start with Damon Andrews, followed by, I will get to that name in a moment. Damon Andrews.
Mr. Andrews.
Hey, thanks so much for extending the meeting. I'm not able to join Thursday, so I'm grateful for that. I signed up for 3 minutes. I don't know that I'll need it, but I did so because my family's hit sort of with a double whammy. We are very frequent users of the Cherrydale Library. We live in the Maywood neighborhood, and my wife is there 2 to 3 times a week with our 4-year-old and my 1-year-old. We actually procured a DVD player because the Cherrydale Library has Disney movies, and you cannot obviously get those unless you subscribe to Disney Plus or whatever the streaming service is. So we might be one of only a few families who in 2024, 2025 actually went out and got a DVD player for the services the library offers through their many DVDs. So my 4-year-old now knows Belle and Ariel and a whole host of princesses thanks to the Cherrydale Library. I don't have the time horizon that a lot of folks in Arlington do with the prior proposals to close the library. I moved here in 2011, so a 15-year resident. But when I first heard about it, when my wife told me, I thought, this is a headline from The Onion. Surely Arlington County is not proposing to close a library. And when I found out it was true, I thought this must be coming from the other side of the river, because this is the antithesis of what Arlington stands for. So I really do hope, and I know you've heard from a lot of folks about walkability and the community that it provides, and I know that I'm just another voice, but I do think that you need to hear it. And I know that it's late, and I can see the kids in the video who are there, and I appreciate them being here for whatever reason they're here, but you do need to hear from everyone. And if the county manager sort of wants to play stupid games with the budget, then unfortunately, I suppose the board wins stupid prizes with being here super, super late, though I do appreciate you being here. I will say a word also about Barcroft. My daughter's only 4. I'm not certain she'll be any sort of a star athlete, let alone a team athlete in team sports. But if you could see the confidence that gymnastics builds for her, when you see 3- and 4-year-olds bounding down a trampoline or jumping into a foam pit or walking across a balance beam successfully, it is a powerful drug. And the confidence it builds in the kids, the teamwork, it's irreplaceable. And I know that you've heard from lots of very successful athletes and the coaches, and my congrats to them. I don't know that my daughter will continue with the program. I would like her to, but who knows? But I just need you to know that it's not just the special needs folks, and it's just not the star athletes, that even at 2, 3, and 4, it is a powerful elixir to watch the kids as they gain a sense of balance and confidence. And I said, I think you needed to hear from everyone, and I appreciate you staying as late as you have. So thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews. It's why we get the big bucks. Next person.
Yes, our next virtual speaker is Ms. Cassandra Lopez.
Hi. All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you for extending this meeting and for the opportunity to speak. My name is Cassandra Lopez. I am a part-time coach at Arlington Gymnastics. I've been coaching here for nearly 3 years alongside my full-time job because this program means that much to me. I wanted to begin by thanking all the gymnasts, parents, supporters who've showed up and stayed late tonight. The fight, grit, and resilience you're seeing in this room, that is the epitome of gymnastics. That is what this sport teaches and what this program builds every single day. You've heard a lot tonight, probably about, budgets, community impact, but I'd like to offer a bit of a different perspective, one grounded in my own personal experience. I'm a former gymnast who competed at the highest levels, a junior Olympic national team member at 16, and a 2-time All-American at one of the top Division I gymnastics programs in the country. I've trained alongside Olympians and have been trained by and have worked with world-renowned coaches throughout the duration of my gymnastics career. I know what strong programs look like, and I know what it takes to build them. And I can tell you Arlington Gymnastics is on that path. First, I want to acknowledge our men's side. The growth in such a short time has just been remarkable to watch. And I think with continued support, I can tell you that this program has the potential to become one of the strongest programs in the country within the next 5 years. On the women's side, where I coach 3 days a week, we are seeing the same trajectory. Less than a year ago, I made the decision to more than double my time commitment because I saw something special. Athletes who were ready to rise and progress, and coaches committed to getting them there. To put our recent progress into perspective, level 10 is the highest level in the U.S. developmental program, or USA Gymnastics Developmental Program, essentially the final step before collegiate gymnastics. It's a level that requires years of training and is often a benchmark showing a program's strength and abilities. This program has not consistently reached that level since the 90s. However, in less than a year, we now have 2 level 10 athletes, both of whom already qualified early for the regional competition, competing against athletes across Virginia, Maryland, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Delaware, and New Jersey for a spot at nationals. That kind of progress in such a short amount of time is extraordinary. Their hard work and drive, along with our level 8s and 9s who I also coach, has just truly impressed me. And that progress doesn't happen in isolation. It starts with the foundation. Our rec program is where it all begins. As you've heard all day today, these young athletes build coordination, confidence, discipline, and many of them go on to join our team programs. That pipeline from rec to team is what sustains this long-term success of programs. Nationally, gymnastics continues to grow. Hundreds of thousands of athletes participating each year, with increasing visibility from collegiate gymnastics to Olympics that we all watch.
Thank you. Can you wrap up, please?
Sure. I want to recommend you guys, I encourage you to visit Barcroft and see for yourself, and just see the program that we have, and please reconsider the fiscal year budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Kushner, are there other speakers virtually?
Yes, our next and final speaker is Seem Rawoot.
Mr. Rawoot.
Hello, yeah, I do have some slides if you're able to pull that up.
Yes, I'd be happy to pull them up.
All right, I'll wait for that.
This will be the last speaker, then we'll do a motion, and then we will basically almost immediately adjourn so that we can get ready for Thursday.
Recess.
Oh, yes, the recess, I should say. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Attorney, keeping me on the right side of this. Go ahead, Mr. Root.
All right, thank you. Good evening. I'm here as a member of Arlington for Palestine. Although our current campaign is not targeted at the budget, we support parallel campaigns that look to properly fund our communities. Just as we want to divest and detach from the war industry and invest in our communities, we want to deprioritize a militaristic police force that surveils and criminalizes our marginalized neighbors, and instead fund and prioritize our communities. The chart here reflects a similar dynamic we see at the federal level: disproportionate levels of funding for local agents with guns, at the sacrifice of social and community programs. It puts into scope what you have determined to be the county's priorities, and it evidently is not the community. The closure of the Barcroft Gymnastics program and the Cherrydale Library account for $1.4 million in savings, only 1% of the entire proposed police budget. And there are other comparisons to reinforce the violation of our stated value in community. Next slide. Last year, the police spent $3.8 million more than their budgeted amount. That's more than 2 times the savings we get from the closing of the gymnastics program and Cherrydale Library. Next slide. Now, you might counter and talk about revenues from the police department, which was $6.5 million just last fiscal year. However, where do these revenues come from? Fees from photo speed cameras, summer camp registrations, FOIA requests, and enforcement solely focusing on marginalized communities. Where is the enforcement of white-collar crimes? Things like fraud, wage theft, bribery, embezzlement. Why are we only enforcing the law against poor, disadvantaged, and marginalized communities? This is a clear violation of your equity resolution. Next slide. Another comparison we have is against how much the police department spends on surveillance. $1.7 million a year on flock surveillance systems. That's more than the savings from the closing of the gymnastics program and the Cherrydale Library. Now let's be clear too. Arlington County Police Department utilizes this surveillance technology extensively. Next slide. It's even stated as such in the proposed budget document itself. More than that, a FOIA of the Danville, Illinois surveillance network shows more than 100 lookups from ACPD. And that's just one locality's flock networks that we know of. Who else does the police department work with? Despite saying you're against these things, you seemingly throw endless amounts of money into criminalizing our neighbors while tightening community programs. Next slide. Safety is fostered in the community. It's not bestowed upon us by a militarized police force. Whether it's surveillance, criminalization, and abduction of our immigrant neighbors, or the incineration of babies in Gaza or Menab Iran, our message is the same: end complicity, fund community.
Thank you, Mr. Raoult. With that, that's our speakers for today. I have a motion, colleagues, that will be recessing. Thank you, Mr. Attorney, and I'll look for a second. I move that the County Board amend the County Board 2026 meeting procedures for the CIP budget and tax rate hearing of the County Board to permit, and for the budget to in fact recess the County Board fiscal year 2027 proposed budget public hearing and resume the hearing no sooner than 6:45 p.m. on Thursday, March 26, 2026, or as soon thereafter as may be heard, to hear those who have signed up to speak but have not yet been heard, and with the public comment sign-up period remaining closed. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
So what we've just done is recessed until Thursday. I guess the only thing I can say, and perhaps Mr. Raoult is helpful, and then I think it's Elia is also helpful. We have heard multiple truths from many people about the importance of different programs. Our glorious job is then to try and put those together and listen to everybody. And that is not something that we neither want to deny the testimony that any resident has heard today as unhelpful. It is all helpful for us. It is hard to, it's not a simple job for us to figure out how to synthesize all those comments and then reach budget decisions. But we will listen again on Thursday, and certainly the active listening, all 5 of us deeply believe in. And thank you for coming tonight. With that, we are recessed until Thursday night. Thanks very much.